Good morning to our esteemed guests and respected delegates. Uh, I am your MC for the day. I am Megha Chaudhary and I work as a research analyst with Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So first and foremost, it is our extreme privilege to extend a special invite to our dignitaries and a very warm welcome to all our guests over here at the National Dialogue on Powering India's Future, Policy, Market, and Innovation for a Clean Grid. In a pursuit for a cleaner grid, India has seen a five-fold increase in its renewable energy capacity over the years from 2013 to 2022. Still, to reach its target of 500 gigawatt, the country needs an addition of 60 gigawatt annually to fulfill the targets. At the same time, the country also has seen an increase in the electricity consumption over the years. The rate is 9% annually. This scenario poses a few questions to us regarding adequacy of resources if the forecasted demand will be the exact same over these years, and finally, what will be the policy and market mechanisms over these years to deal with the trilemma of securing a clean, affordable, and reliable energy over these years. The authors try to explore these questions in the report, How Can India Meet Its Rising Demand, Power Demand? Moreover, today we have gathered here to engage with experts from diverse fields to gain a deeper insight into the challenges and envision a solution for the future. To set the stage for today's dialogue, I call upon Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO of CEW, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Dr. Suresh Prabhu, CW's founder, chairperson, and current trustee, and former Union Cabinet Minister of the Government of India. In their absence, because they will join us later, Shri Shripad Yasonayak, Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Ghansam Prasad, Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, distinguished guests, speakers on the panels, my colleagues in CW's power sector team, colleagues and friends and well-wishers of CEW. This year, we are already witnessing an early onset of summer. Those of us who look at power sector demand can therefore anticipate that the demand for electricity is going to increase significantly. Year upon year, the peak power demand is racing ahead of overall power demand, and overall power demand is racing ahead of overall economic growth. So the first thing I want to say is that if energy is one of the most critical basic human needs and one of the most important determinants of high human development, then there can be no compromise on energy availability for the individual, for the household, for the economy. The question before us then is not what kind of energy, but what kind of energy can give us that energy security for the household and the economy on time, at pace, at scale, for the kind of growth aspirations we have for the country. This strategic question before us is posed exactly when we see disruptions all around us. We see disruptions in climate risks, with intensifying acute and chronic risks. We see disruptions in supply chains. We see disruptions in financial markets and volatility. We see disruptions in the form of geopolitical developments. So how does India's power sector continue to stay on track when so many other variables are going off track? These pressures are both a challenge, but as we always say, also an opportunity for India to demonstrate that a rapidly growing economy can also transition to clean energy at scale and at pace while ensuring there is reliability and affordability of power. We'll need to deliver this in a manner that maximizes economic benefits, social benefits, environmental benefits. And often these are considered what we at CEW think about as a potential impossible trinity. So how do we move from a potential impossible trinity to a possible trinity of jobs, growth, and sustainability? The analysis that you will hear about today is the first of its kind work that has modeled the entire power sector at a distribution transformer level. You will hear a lot more about this from my colleagues. India has, when CEW was set up 15 years ago, from being the 5th largest producer of electricity at the time, has now become the 3rd largest producer of electricity in the world. Maybe when CEW turns 18 years old, becomes an adult, and India turns 80 years old, independent India turns 80 years old, we'll probably be the 2nd largest producer of electricity. We'll probably be the 3rd largest economy in the world. So these two trains have to run simultaneously. The economy has to drive the energy sector has to drive the economy. Mr. Prabhu used to be also Union Cabinet Minister for Railways. So the engine has to be both in the front and the back of the train, pulling along and pushing the economy forward. So then questions arise, is it a choice between clean energy and the energy system that we have today? Or is it a choice of optimizing for costs, for grid stability, for energy security for the household? And when we look at all of those factors together, we realize that clean energy is not an ideological proposition, but an economic proposition for our growth trajectory. The last thing I want to say is that when we think of the power sector, it is not, if we close our eyes and say a power project, what do we imagine? We imagine a large-scale power plant. It could be coal, it could be natural gas, it could be solar or wind. But one of the revolutions that is already happening in India is the revolution in distributed energy, which is interconnected, but is much more dispersed, tapping into the resources that we have across the country. You see now some of the largest programs and schemes focused on promoting distributed energy, whether for urban rooftops or rural farms. And there is one other thing that is also happening, and that is the digital revolution that is happening in India. The India Stack, which brings together financial inclusion, biometric identification, etc., also offers opportunities for better optimization of how we generate, trade, and consume electrons. So then we have three trains running in parallel: a decarbonization train, a decentralization and distributed train, and a digital train. But chemists and biochemists who know about genetic coding know that this could be a double helix or a triple helix, that these three trains could intersect their tracks. And it's in those synapses of the decarbonization, decentralization, and digitalization that we might see a way forward for growing the economy, growing the energy sector, and making sure that the disruptions we face are not obstacles alone, but India provides a very different model of energy development, energy security, energy affordability, and meeting economic aspirations. As I said, the shift away from the impossible trinity to a possible trinity of jobs, growth, and sustainability. So once again, thank you for joining us in this dialogue. Many more will come through the day for the very interesting panels that we have set up. But at this stage, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you, particularly Dr. Suresh Prabhu, who's been a champion of the sector and a champion of CEW for so many years. And we look forward to hearing from him and then hearing about the research and taking our dialogue forward. Thank you again, and look forward to the conversations.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. I now invite Ms. Disha Agarwal on the stage for setting today's context.
A very good morning to all of you. Warm welcome to all the dignitaries, sector leaders, friends, colleagues. We have gathered here today at a very appropriate time. After recording the warmest ever February, we have already crossed a peak demand of 238 gigawatts, very close to the peak demand last year. And we are bracing ourselves for intense heat waves in the coming summers. I am Disha Agarwal, Senior Program Lead with the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So today, let's discuss how India's power demand is rising and how we can prepare ourselves better. At CEW, one of the world's leading policy research institutions, we use data, integrated analysis, and strategic outreach to impact sustainable development at scale. CEW has worked with 11 union ministries, more than 20 Indian states, and other emerging economies to advance the sustainability transition. We support long-term systemic transformation in important sectors of the economy, like power and industries. We work on solving for the pressing challenges that we face in our everyday life, relating to air we breathe, food we eat, water we drink, to improve lives and livelihoods of billions. All of this is advanced through enablers such as sustainable finance, technology futures, and international cooperation. So, as the world's fastest growing major economy in a heating world, India's electricity demand is rising rapidly. Recent year-on-year growth trends suggest a strong likelihood of overshooting the estimates as per the current projections in the 20th Electric Power Survey by the Central Electricity Authority. Power shortages in the recent years amidst this rapid rising demand, poses a critical question before us. How should India plan to meet its rising demand reliably and cost-effectively? To answer this question, we simulated India's power system for every 15 minutes in 2030. As you see in the chart, in both moderate and high demand scenarios, we take varying clean energy capacities to meet the demand reliably. For high demand scenario, we assume that the demand that is currently projected in the financial year 32 will present itself early in 2030 itself. So now let me share some key takeaways, our findings. First of all, we find that if the demand grows as per the 20th EPS projections, our generation capacities will be adequate to meet the rising demand. However, if we reach only 400 gigawatts instead of the 500 gigawatt stated target, we will face significant shortages, even if the demand grows moderately as per the projections. The chart here shows a minimum of 1 to 2 gigawatts of shortages across all hours in 2030. And to meet these shortages, India will need an additional 10 gigawatt of new coal beyond what is already under construction, which is about 27 gigawatts in 2022. And along with that, we will also need interstate and interregional transmission capacity additions. But what if the demand grows faster than what we projected? Which is very likely. 400 gigawatt of falling behind our targets is not an option at all for the country today, given the severe shortages that we may likely see. That will require us to deploy 16 gigawatts of additional coal, again, beyond what is already under construction, and significant transmission expansion both at interstate and interregional levels. And given the kind of time periods that coal capacities take, this is really not feasible to build so much coal in a fast-track manner. So, what options do we have? Only two options, one of which is adding 6 gigawatts of new coal and 41 gigawatts of interstate transmission capacity expansion, along with the 500 gigawatts of stated target. Or two, we add an additional 100 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity beyond the stated 500 gigawatts, spread across more states. What that does is it eliminates the need for new coal. It reduces the additional transmission requirement by 6 gigawatts. Now, the first choice will for sure meet the reliability criteria, which is defined by the country today, but the coal fleet here will remain under high stress with increased likelihood of downtimes, which can result in sudden shortages and increased costs. The study finds that the latter choice of adding 100 gigawatts of renewable energy distributed across more states is a better option, despite we seeing 6 times increase in the flexibility requirements with the high shares of RE as we go for 600 gigawatts. In both moderate and high demand scenarios, as you will see, 600 gigawatt non-fossil capacity presents itself as the lowest cost pathway, as the shaded columns will show, even though the share of RE and flexibility resources is high as part of the total overall cost, the landed costs in both cases is lower than the respective 400 and 500 gigawatt alternatives. Why is that? That's because large volumes of cheaper renewable energy resources will displace costlier fossil-based generation. And not only do we benefit in cost terms, we also find that 600 gigawatts by 2030 will help the country deliver reliable power affordably, saving up to 42,400 crores in 2030 alone. And when compared with other pathways with 400 and 500 gigawatts, it will also yield higher social and health benefits, with up to 100,000 new jobs being created between 2025 and 2030, and up to 23% lower emission of air pollutants in that year. And of course, it provides us an opportunity to cut down our carbon dioxide emissions for the environmental sustainability. Now, I'm sure many of you may be thinking of this ambition, this need to raise our ambition to 600 gigawatts instead of the 500 gigawatts that we already have. Reaching 600 gigawatts would require 70 gigawatts of additional RE deployment every year, annually until 2030. This may sound, of course, overly ambitious given the current pace of deployment, which is increasing, as you see in the chart. Year on year, we are adding more renewable energy capacities, but it is not enough to meet the rising demand trends. Several on-ground and grid-related challenges are restricting the pace of renewable energy deployment and have dwindled the offtake interest amongst the distribution companies, as we have been discussing and hearing in the recent days. These include delays in securing suitable and conflict-free land for projects and for transmission capacities, delays in availability of transmission connectivity, delays in sourcing transmission equipment, uncertainty around incentives for interstate RE plants in the form of ISTS waiver, and tariff viability concerns due to delays in approvals and securing connectivity and deploying on time. So going beyond the current ambition is definitely, as we've seen, is urgent and important for the country, because this is the most promising option that we have today. With the right set of strategies, it is possible to meet and even surpass the current target of 500 gigawatts. So I would like to highlight a few key strategies here, and would definitely be very keen to learn from you, to share, to learn from you what are your inputs and what are you hearing from the ground and how we can accelerate the pace further. So first, most important strategy which emerges from our research is that new and a diverse set of RE projects should be deployed across more Indian states. The central government must work with states like Odisha, Bihar, Haryana, Punjab, and Kerala to build a conducive environment for RE deployments, for investments. For example, Center and state working together to conduct pre-preparatory activities for potential project sites, developing alternate bidding frameworks for selection criteria for attracting investments in projects which are megawatt scale but decentralized, connected to the state network. Here it is important to go beyond utility scale solar for cost-effective balancing of the system, tap wind, tap rooftop solar, tap solar for agriculture. And alongside, governments must promote the co-location of wind and energy storage systems with existing and new solar capacities for effective utilization of land and transmission networks and lowering the cost of delivered power from renewables. Here, the proposed splitting of the GNA into solar and non-solar is a welcome step, which will promote this co-location of storage. Along with that, the government should limit the 100% ISTS waiver only to storage projects. It must also devise suitable bidding guidelines and commercial frameworks which will be necessary to attract new RE investments. Third, and very important, is to accelerate the pace of storage deployment. System operators and regulators must evaluate the possibilities of conducting new auctions, which is more dynamic in nature with new contracting structures, again, that allow buyers to share battery capacities amongst multiple users in real time for higher utilization and continued reduction in storage costs, which is essential to, again, fast-track deployment and offtake. Fourth, for faster offtake, the Ministry of Power must innovate with bid designs that enable more RE developers to set up merchant capacities for sale at the power exchanges, de-risked through predetermined contract for differences pool. RE implementation agencies perhaps could lead the innovation process here. The ministry could also facilitate RE implementation agencies like the NTPC, the SJVN, to directly procure and trade renewable energy capacities in the short and medium-term market. So what that does is it increases the liquidity or the volumes in the market and helps cost-effective integration of RE and bring on those capacities which are ready to be commissioned to the market. Finally, and very importantly, the Ministry of Power and central electricity authorities must equip states to conduct robust planning for the future, to develop procurement plans by providing technical and financial support for demonstrating in-house capacities. I was very, very happy to see, sir, you are here, Shivhare ji, you are here. I'm happy to see that Gujarat has taken the lead here, and soon maybe many more states will follow suit. So all these shifts, of course, will require policy, technology innovations, center-state collaboration, market design reforms. And we look forward to the vision of India's future power sector and strategic insights from our dignitaries on all of these fronts and the rich deliberations in today's dialogue. Thank you. And we invite you to please take time to read our report and engage on these findings and recommendations. Thank you so much again. Right, yes.
I'm wondering if you modeled for doubling the pace of energy efficiency in doing this, and what role that is playing in, the demand having to rise to 600 gigawatt. And the second question is around finance. Like, have you looked at what does this mean in terms of access to finance? and whether domestic or international, what's the take there? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema. So what we've done is we've looked at the 2022 demand consumption patterns, and we've scaled that demand to 2030 to match the projections that the government of India has, to match the peak and the energy requirements. However, we have not yet changed the shape of the profiles. So whatever energy efficiency measures have been undertaken so far, those are inbuilt and those are reflected even in the future consumption patterns. But going forward, that is a possibility that we enhance the penetration of energy efficiency interventions. So we are definitely planning to do that in the coming scenarios that we model. So I would like to also mention that this is an extensive model with each state as a node, where power is free to flow from one node to the other, of course subject to transmission constraints. So modeling each and every scenario is a rigorous exercise, and it takes time and effort to model each scenario with those details. So we continue to build on that plan. On the finance, we have estimated the requirements for reaching the 600 gigawatt target, and we identified about 10 lakh crores worth of new investments that will be required. However, I mean, as part of this particular study, we have not gone to that level of where that finance will come from, but our teams are consistently working, the sustainable finance team are constantly working to see what kind of interventions can be harnessed to attract finance, whether it's institutional finance from other sources, foreign funding sources, or even unlocking domestic capital for supporting these projects. Is there any other question? Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Disha, for giving a very insightful glimpse into the findings of the report. Now, it's with immense pleasure that I invite Dr. Suresh Prabhu on the stage. Dr. Prabhu is a founding chairperson and a current trustee, CEEW, and a former cabinet minister in the Government of India. He has led 10 union ministries over the last 30 years. Dr. Prabhu brings a wealth of experience and expertise, wearing many hats as policymaker, change leader, politician, and academician. We are truly privileged to welcome him on stage today to share his valuable insights, drawing from his extensive experience in these critical sectors.
Good morning, friends. It's normally in politics you use the word ghar wapsi. So for me it's a homecoming to be back into the CEW, and I must say very proudly that everybody mentioned I was founder, which is true, but more importantly, the CW which was founded and the CW today are completely two different entities. And for that I really congratulate my dear friend who was the first asset that CW acquired. And since then it has grown manifold. So I want to congratulate Dr. Arnab Ghosh and his team for doing a wonderful job. And in such a short period of time of 15 years, CW is well recognized, respected, accepted globally for the commendable research work that they do and advocacy based only on research, which is the hallmark of CW's work, and I really want to congratulate him. In fact, I must share with you, if I don't want to embarrass my dear friend Arunabha. He came very well qualified. He could have got a job into any corporate sector and he could have made by now probably several millions of dollars. His wife, another very competent person, she was with McKinsey. So he chose to do a research work. That time I was asking him, first time I met him, why you want to do this? He said, no, I want to devote my life to research. And therefore such devotion only can produce such fantastic results. And therefore I'm very, very happy that CW now is a trusted partner, trusted advisor, trusted guide to many governments in the world, many entities who want to decide what business model they should develop. And therefore congratulations to Dr. Arunabha Ghosh and his team for doing something fantastic. I didn't know your imaginative ability because when you wanted to make a presentation about the future direction of power sector, power markets, how they'll move. So what is we are doing? We are trying to understand what direction power market will go. So who is the person who chose Disha? To show the right direction is Disha. So therefore I want to also understand, I appreciate your sense of imagination and creativity. So thank you Disha for making a very good presentation. I will just talk about some of this. I'm very happy, actually this is strange coincidence. My dear friend Sima Paul, she's here. So as we are reminiscing about CW, almost around the same time or probably earlier, we founded an organization in India called Shakti Foundation. We are deliberating on the names and we wanted to keep it in the very Indian ethos. So Shakti was founded, there were only two shareholders, me and Jamshed Godrej. In fact, in CW also Jamshed is one of our partner. And that's, Sima is here, she lives in US, so I was surprised to see her here. So for me it's really a reunion of my family members, many of you whom I worked for a long time. So very happy to be here. So firstly, we have come a long way. I was a power minister in year 2000. So many people used to come and tell me, oh, you are a very powerful man. So why? You are a power minister. So I'm saying I'm the most powerless man because there is no power in India. So when it was so embarrassing, you go for an event like this and suddenly power goes. So you cannot even blame somebody else. So if you have to take the blame upon yourself, the buck stops here. So from there, we have come a long way. As Disha was explaining, we added substantial capacity. And that capacity addition, something very interesting, didn't come from the governments. When we made Electricity Act, 25 years ago, almost around that, 22 years ago, the installed capacity in India, even less than 3% was from the private sector. But that's fine. If you want to keep a sector dominated by public sector, there's nothing wrong. Like France, despite being a very important member of the EU, has the strongest public sector. Many of the utilities in France are owned by the governments. It's okay, but France has a different model of managing the public sector. It's not today's topic. So they, despite having public sector, they are not as bad as normal public sector in several other countries are. But point is, government were dominating it. The law prevented private sector from entering it because in 1948 everything was nationalized. And the government, whether state or center, had no money to invest into that. So just imagine we had a 18% peak level shortage. Capacity addition cannot happen because government has no money. We will not allow private sector to come in because law does not allow that to happen. So we made the new law, everything happened and things have changed dramatically. So what today you seem like a challenge is actually from scarcity to the problem of plenty, but also an example and a lesson to be learned by all that policy making is an ongoing effort. You cannot say, I am taking off from policy making now. So if you do that, you will face the challenges, and I'm very glad that you are raising a rate signal at the right time, that if you don't act now, if you act today, for example, it of course takes long time for project to take off the ground. So if you don't plan today, we are not going to get it by tomorrow. So if we are to plan in advance, and the question that Sima was asking, I'll come to that, it was on my mind as well, of financing. So one point that has happened is we have done huge capacity addition. But something very interesting happened. And again, Sima was asking that, and I was going to mention that I was asking my colleague and friend Shalu to give me that number. Over the last 25 years, our energy intensity has improved considerably. For per unit increase of GDP, our energy that has to go in as an input has improved considerably. And that has happened due to many reasons. One is another law that when I was Electricity Act, but we had made energy efficiency law. I was also the power minister that time. But that's not the only reason. Also somehow, sometimes you can say that it happened out of unplanned idea that power prices were so high that the users of power felt it is better to use less power. I cannot afford it. So it's not an argument for Disha to make. Disha has not made that argument. I'm saying that increase the tariff rate so that consumption will go down and automatically the efficiency will improve further. That's not an argument one can make. But energy efficiency has gone up considerably. Also because in the last 30-40 years, though our share of industry into GDP is about 16%, it's not much. Again, I was commerce industry minister, I take blame for that. We have to keep increasing it. But even then, whatever share we have, those industries which are integrated into the global supply chain, they cannot afford to sell something at a higher price only because our power prices are high. So they have to make sure that a rationalization of their input cost. And therefore, energy efficiency came from market forces. It came because of legislative changes like energy efficiency law. It also came because of market force of a different kind of the higher prices. But today, and that's the question she was asking, it's a very valid question, we have to factor in to reach that particular level of demand. Can we also do demand side management? See, one way of doing it is that calculate the demand and do supply side. So this is the projected demand, so you must actually keep supplying to that level. So in case of, I was also, CW actually has, in Arunabha knows, water as one of the components, Council for Energy, Environment and Water. So in water, that is still more relevant, is the demand side management. Because at least energy you can increase the supply. But in case of water, you cannot manufacture water. So demand side management becomes even more important. But even in this case, we should actually include this. What kind of demand side management measures are required besides energy efficiency to ensure that we can work on that? And it works. Like Brazil has most of its power now. Of course, they have changed energy mix considerably. I'm talking about 20 years ago. But there, most of the demand was there, most of the generation was coming from hydro. And suddenly there was a drought, so they were in trouble. So that time the Brazilian minister was talking to me saying that you have very good knowledge of making coal because we have the coal ministry. So why don't you give us that so we can make some thermal power station? But that, because of that drought, Brazil came out with some demand side management measures, reduced demand considerably. So therefore we have to work on DSM, energy efficiency, at the same time make sure that very, very good presentation, very well thought of real research, is that we have to now start creating more generating capacity. Now the question which Arunabha mentioned also in his inaugural remarks is what energy? We can go for fossil fuel or we should go for non-fossil fuel energy. In non-fossil fuel, of course, doesn't mean only one. There are many options available. And there I think it's a very strong case which she has made, is we should go for more renewables. And as it is, the share of thermal power in our energy mix has gone down considerably because others increased dramatically. But sadly, one though we call it in the renewable, now it's what is renewable is a very debatable issue. In even climate change negotiation, they say hydro is not renewable. Some will say no, small hydro is renewable. Somebody says even that is not, but that's a debate. But point is, our hydro generation and increased capacity has gone down actually, in a sense, share percentage-wise. So, this is something which we have to work on also. At the same time, making hydro is not easy. If you are making pump storage, I can understand. But if you are making hydro by way of storages, then there are a lot of challenges. And particularly when you make storage of water, it also emits methane, one of the greenhouse gases. But still, to make sure that we have to increase, because that's very good for taking care of peak levels shortage. In fact, normally the grid planners, at least of those time, as the CA chairman will come, we had spent a lot of time understanding what kind of energy mix should go. At that time, there was no renewable, much of it. So even in wind, we should really think about doing that. And Anubha, you made a very important and interesting point about the drivers for change, the triggers for change, and one of them you mentioned, digital. In fact, you should all be conscious, and we are of course aware of it, but still, we should never lose sight of that digital economy will need more power. Now, how does that happen? All digital, we need data centers. Digitally, you connect data, you work data, where does it disappear? It has to be stored somewhere. And these data centers use huge quantity of electricity. So that is another thing that when you see, I don't know whether CA has calculated it, because CA does this demand side evaluation of the projected demand, is something which will be happening in a very big way. And if we want to go digital, as we should be, and we are already integrating into digital economy in a big way, the demand for that also will rise from a completely not thought of resource earlier. So this is something which also will be a very important challenge that we'll face. 238 gigawatt, what you mentioned, is very important. I think one issue is very clear, that start planning right now. So one part is the efficiency part, other part is how much should be grid connected and how much should be off grid. I think that is another thing we should try to work on very aggressively, is how much more demand can be made through off-grid solutions. More the off-grid, these so-called issues about transmission, etc., and what Seema was asking about finance, calculation of finance required itself will go down considerably. And because you are distributing, locally generating, locally distributing, even the losses will go down. I remember one very interesting anecdote. When I was in Meghalaya, that time I was power minister, so we went there, and that time we were thinking about models of distribution. What should be the model of distribution? So the tribal leader said, we distribute electricity when they were making hydro, small, very small. So I said, how much your transmission distribution loss? He said, what is that? I don't know what you're talking about. He said, everybody pays for electricity because I know who is buying it, I collect it, I pay for it. So more the distributed generation, less will be the possibility of even pilferage and stealing, as well as obviously transmission losses will go down. So that is a technical loss. So and then even T&D, you have to actually have both the transformer, which will scale up the power, then reduce it. So both will go down. So I think that is one area we should try to focus on. More and more distributed generation. In an area where we have a constitution which says 73rd, 74th amendment is distributors of political power. Whether reality happened or is a different thing, but constitutional provision is there. And that, in line with that, we should try to think about that. That itself will then, the financing requirement will change depending upon whether we are thinking about a centralized model or a decentralized model. And in case of transmission, there are so many other issues. And like CW, one is W is water, E is environment. So we should worry about wildlife. Because when the transmission line right of way goes through various forests, the electrocution happens, the animals die. So if we can actually do distributed generation, it can avoid all these problems to a great extent. And also, to find financing, normally when you are making a project of 10, $20 billion, sometimes it's easier to raise more money than small money. This is always the case in the world. That if you want to have 10, $20 billion, people will run after you. You want 10, 20 rupees, will say, please get out. So this is the problem. But at the same time, raising large money is challenges also. So if you make distributed ratio, smaller capital will be required. So raising resources, though maybe macro number will be very high, but in terms of raising project finance will not be that difficult. And therefore we should try to also work on that and try to think in a very different basis. So firstly, this is very interesting that CW has done something which normally somebody else, policymakers, should do, but this is a very good guidance for the government. And I'm glad that my friend who is the Minister of State for Power will be here. He's in the parliament, but he'll definitely come here. And he can take those as a very necessary input to put into the policy making. When I was Power Minister, unfortunately, there was no CW. If there was CW, I think I would have become a better Power Minister. So I think you can now, government of the day can use CW's inputs to make good policy making. And one point, what she was mentioning, and Ranwa put it, the Trinity, in a very nice manner. It makes economic sense. It obviously makes ecological sense. Because if you are going to use coal, firstly, it's a fallacy that we have so much of coal. We have. But that coal cannot be mined because most of the coal is in the deep forest areas, unless we want to get rid of all forest. That's a different matter. Otherwise, getting rid of forest, because that itself is a land use change, will add to more greenhouse gases. So coal is not there. So that, for that reason, you can of course import it, as we are doing now, but still making our own energy security, which is also ecological security at the same time, it makes a very compelling argument that you must generate from renewable sources. Now, what renewable is a very interesting question, because we are only focusing on solar, and that too solar PV. So there is a very good possibility of increasing your renewable basket, not just biased in favor of solar alone. It can be very well diversified. Seema, I don't know whether recall, Shakti, we had done a study at that time about the wind potential of India. And you'll be surprised that a wind potential of offshore wind was 6,000 gigawatts, 6 lakh megawatts. So it is something which is amazing. Of course, again, you cannot do all that potentially technical potential. To do it operational and practical, it is so difficult. Like North Sea is the only area where we have so much of offshore wind in the world. But I am saying options are too many. And the important thing is that when you talk about renewables, you should try to make it non-fossil fuel energy, is rather than calling it a renewable energy. So that makes sense to understand where we are going to get it from, which will not add more burden of more carbon on footprint to be created because we generate more energy. So that's the point. When I was making that economic sense, more jobs can be added. Ecological security, if not security, at least ecological insecurity will be less. More economic sense, more ecological sense, and obviously electricity, there's a third E, energy, which is still more important because without that nothing will happen. And more we want to grow. Those, as the incomes grow, we are still, in terms of per capita income, despite the fact that we are the 5th largest economy, we are still 130 and below. That's what is our per capita income. So when the per capita incomes also will rise along with GDP, people will spend more on energy, more on electricity. They'll buy more white goods, they'll have more. So energy demand is bound to increase, and therefore we have to plan for it right in time. And that's what is this program for powering India's future. Policy, market, innovation, clean grid is something which is so relevant today. And in fact, this market is something we still have not developed the way we should be developing it. That was one of the agenda in the power ministry when I was there. We were working on, so power markets has to develop very efficiently. And the point Disha made is about how do you have the commercial, not non-PPA type of CIS. So this is something which is really needed to be done, merchant power plants. So merchant power plants are very important. There are merchant power plants already today, but the regulators also have to be aligned to that thinking and try to make it work. So anyway, congratulations for a great work done as always. And CW has emerged as a major opinion maker in terms of research. So it's not with any agenda, but based on facts, figures, works on analysis, also trying to understand the future trends. What is that you need to do today is something which is what CW is doing. So I want to congratulate once again all those who are involved in this study. And I hope, and I'm sure, the government will take it forward to make sure that this is integrated into their own policy making as they go along. So thank you very much.
Let's extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Prabhu for such an engaging and informative address. So up next, we have a panel discussion on renewable leadership, how states can drive India's clean energy transition. The discussion will focus on innovative approaches and strategies to green electricity grid with a diversified and cost-effective resource mix. We are fortunate to have a distinguished group of panelists with us today. I now invite the moderator for the session, Ms. Shalu Agarwal, Director Programs at the Council, on stage. And our panelists, Shri Jaiprakash Shivahare, MD, Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, Mr. Mohit Bhargava, Senior Advisor, India Energy Annam Climate Center, Mr. Prashant Chaube, President, Business Development, Avada Group, Mr. Vishal Sharma, Group Head, Corporate Affairs and Policy, Sterlite and Serentica Renewables, Mr. Subramanyam Pulipaka, CEO, NSEFI, National Solar Energy Federation of India. But before we go ahead with the discussions, let's quickly read the room on a few questions that will be displayed on the screen. Everyone can just scan this QR. I hope everyone is seeing questions on their screen right now.
Can we go to the question?
Yeah, can we please request to put the questions on screen? Yes. So first question is, what could drive India's electricity demand in the coming decade? And we have 5 options. And very clearly, we have an incline towards data centers, which is an upcoming and new area with the AI and industry. And we do not think that agriculture can also drive India's electricity at all.
As per CEA projections, it's also one of the fast-growing demand sectors, actually.
Yeah.
And which is where the Kusum scheme, doing solarization of feeders comes in. Shall we go to the second question now? Is India on track to meet its 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity target by 2030? We thought before we'll start the panel discussion, let's have the mood of the house. And we'll also see what the panelists have to say to sway these numbers. So we have some optimism, but a lot of skepticism as well in the room on the target itself. Shall we go to the next question? What is the biggest challenge in scaling up renewable energy in India? Land. Okay, that's one. We have land, we have transmission, we have RE tariffs, viability, and supply chains. What will win here? We have all the challenges competing with each other, it seems, and a lot of solutions needed. So with that, let me now start our discussion. We typically, don't get a lot of feedback from the audience, and we thought it'd be good to get a sense of, what's on top of your mind before we, start discussing on the panel. And thank you so much for joining us this morning. A very good morning to all of you, and thanks to our panelists for, taking out their valuable time to join this session on renewable leadership. How can states drive clean energy transition in India? And we are joined by leaders from the public sector and the private sector both, who have been at the helm of renewable energy deployment as well as integration across many states in the country. And I'm intentionally emphasizing on the word leadership because leadership matters. And leadership helps us chart pathways when there is uncertainty and there are challenges on the ground. And as the Mentimeter poll just showed, we know there are lots of challenges that are slowing down the pace of RE deployment at the pace that we want to have. And there's a lot of uncertainty around what will really shape the demand going forward. But let's also be fair. How many of us really thought back in 2014 when the government of India set the target of 175 gigawatts of renewables by 2022, that we will actually achieve this target 100% by 2022 or 2025? I really want to see number of hands of people who were confident that India will achieve the targeted set in 2014. Can we have hands up? Were you confident or not? Anyone else? Well, so we shouldn't be surprised by, the numbers we saw. In fact, it seems that the level of optimism in the target that we have for 2030 has actually gone up, that we still have people who think, actually, we may be able to do it because we managed to come to 165 gigawatts as of last month already. And I think, again, coming back, this is all because of the leadership and vision that our policymakers, our industry leaders, various actors across the power sector supply chain have shown in taking the bet and, going for trial and error, be it in the market design, taking the bet on solar, even when it was 12 rupees back then, taking the bet on battery when it seems expensive now, or, creating mechanism that will help, solve for problems that keep emerging. And so today, the idea of this discussion and the focus will be to, one, hear what has been driving our transition so far. Will the same drivers help us go through over the next 5 to 6 years for the target that we want to achieve? And what kind of solutioning do we need? And so with that, let me start with Mr. Shiv Hare. So you've joined us from Gujarat, and Gujarat has houses almost a fifth of India's RE capacity at 30 gigawatts now. And it has set an even ambitious target for itself of more than tripling the capacity in the next 6 years to 100 gigawatts. So could you reflect on what factors actually helped Gujarat come to where it has come? Do you think something different will be required going forward? And because you're also heading the DISCOMs and the best DISCOMs in the country, and often DISCOMs feel that more RE is a problem for the network and the operations. But how are you seeing at RE? Is it an obligation or is it an opportunity?
Thank you, Salu. In fact, Gujarat was, I would say, pioneering state which realized that RE has huge potential. Honorable Prime Minister as Chief Minister of Gujarat has taken a lot of steps to promote renewables. Gujarat came up with the first solar policy, first climate change department in 2009, and promoted renewables at a very high tariff that we are still honoring. So that has created a lot of credibility for the state of Gujarat. And we see this as an opportunity. Generally, perception is that energy transition is going to be very costly. When we did our resource adequacy plan, by 2030, our average power purchase cost is going down by 21% because of higher penetration of renewables. So for RE-rich states like Gujarat, it's an opportunity. And this will transform into huge savings for the consumers, for industries. Because of the power sector reforms in our state, our consumer basket is going through a transformation. In last 15 years, energy used back in 2010, energy consumption in industry was like 34% of our total consumption in the state. It has increased to 51%. So this makes us, other segments of the society are also able to, afford electricity. So we have gone for 100% coverage way back in 2007 when nobody thought that it is doable in the country like India or a state. Nobody dreamed that there can be 24 supply for every citizen in the country. And at that time, Gujarat did it and became a role model. Now our discoms are doing extremely well. All these are profit making. And we sense this as an opportunity to go for on a faster pace to go for energy transition.
Thank you so much. And you didn't respond to one part of the question, which was, do you think what has brought Gujarat here will help it move forward, or are you looking at things very differently?
I think power sector reforms have been able to transform how Gujarat does its business. So through Vibrant Gujarat Summit, state started highlighting all its USPs and availability of 24/7 power for industry, no power cuts, reliable power, and that brings down the cost for the industry like anything. That has contributed in a big way in faster industrialization in the state. After 24/7 power was provided to each and every village, I would like to highlight that when board exam results started coming, earlier most of the toppers in the state will be from urban areas only. You will hardly find any student coming from rural areas, and even pass percentage used to be very low from rural areas. Now, a lot of these things are not documented, that it has seen a huge jump. So within 2 years, we started getting large number of students coming from rural areas, topping the state board exams, coming, their pass percentages increased, a lot of employment opportunities were created. So how it has impacted quality of life in the villages, rural employment, and opportunities for everybody. Now, going forward, we are sensing that because of higher penetration of RE, our overall energy cost is going down. It will reduce cross-subsidy that is burdening industry. Their power cost will go down, and it will make our industry much more competitive. So we are seeing a lot of industries coming to our state because power costs are very competitive in our state. So yeah, this is a huge opportunity.
That's amazing, and also the important fact that you brought about the impact of better quality supply to all parts of a state or a country on development. And with that, I would like to turn to Mr. Bhargav. You were at the helm of NTPC and helped build its RE pipeline of 25 gigawatts and also the ambition of 60 gigawatts by 2032. And of course, NTPC continues to add more and more RE, even though it's known for its coal business. I'm curious, what were the key considerations for NTPC to rethink its business model, and how, how would you reflect now that you're in a different seat? That what were the major wins, and were there any regrets? Like should NTPC have aimed for even higher target?
Good morning, and thanks, Shalu, for having me here. It's good to actually meet and good to listen to Jay Prakash, my friend, and the other people on the panel. So NTPC, I would say, is now past. I was there. NTPC did good on the green side. It's still doing good, which is good to see. The consideration, I think, was very simple. It wasn't as if something was thrust upon us, or it was something which we didn't know. As any corporate, I would say the idea is always growth, to keep on growing. And it was a very obvious move into the non-fossil area, because as a power generator, the largest in the country, I think we still contribute close to about a quarter of the electricity in the country. So from that angle, it was but natural that we move into the renewable space. There were quite a few wins, starting from, if I may say so, and they are one of our, at that point of time, one of our largest clients. So we actually set the benchmark in pricing in solar, in wind, then also in the hybrid. And I understand also in the latest best bids also, NTPC prices have been the lowest. So if I may say so, NTPC's entry into the sector has actually created benchmarks in terms of pricing, which is what is I see now being used by people like you and also IECC, which I now represent, to say that what could be the way forward. For example, one of the things which I think was presented in the earlier presentation also is the role of BESS today, as we're looking at it. So we are very clear that going forward, the intermittency is a question which has to be answered, because we just cannot keep on adding and adding more renewables and then find that Mr. Saxena is sitting here from Gridco, then they will come, very strongly down on everyone who says we'll keep on generating RE, because there's so much, variability and volatility in the grid. So BESS had to come into play. And I'm sure you people have done the same research. ICC research very clearly shows that storage plus BESS is probably today the most ideal and the most strong combination which needs to keep going. So from that angle, the wins, if you say, there have been many. It continues to do well. It's now a listed entity. It set benchmarks in listing, albeit the price is slightly low because of overall dynamics in the market. But I must say that NGL has actually created a template as to what not only public sector green companies, but also private sector green companies are. I mean, a lot of these private sector guys sitting next to me are also looking at how they can actually monetize. So which they used to do in any case, but now they have a benchmark. The merchant bankers can actually tell them, look, this is what NTPC got, and this is what you can definitely get. So from that angle, it's been a great journey. And let's see as we keep moving forward.
Thank you. And it's a perfect segue, because I was coming to Mr. Vishal, who's representing Serentica and Sterlite here. And, when many would look at RE as an unreliable source of power, you're using magic and, combination and blending different sources of clean power and storage to provide, what one would say firm power. And that too to in energy-intensive industries. So could you talk about what's the philosophy underpinning your model? How big is the market for you, and how are you thinking about what kinds of new innovation are we likely to see from industry going forward?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I represent Serentica and Sterlite Power, which is part of the Vedanta group. So Serentica Renewables is primarily into taking care of the commercial and industrial segments decarbonization. And as you would know, that 50% of the electricity consumption currently in today's world happens in the C&I segment, right? And therefore, in case the decarbonization goal of the country has to be met, C&I segment is a great place to be, but it has its own challenges. So Serentica is actually targeting these hard-to-abate industries, cement, steel, data centers and industries like that, which require a very huge quantum of energy. So to meet these requirements, we have a very ambitious target of building wind, solar, and storage with a 30 gigawatts capacity by 2030. We're currently constructing 4 gigawatts, out of which 2.5 is solar, 1.5 is wind, and 650 megawatts of solar is already ready and commissioned and up and running. So the philosophy, as Shalu was asking, is basically to ensure that you take care of the C&I segment, C&I segment's aspirations and requirements, and ensure that you give them exactly what they want. And if they do not know what they want, then explain it to them so that they are able to come out with exactly what is their exact requirement, so that you can tailor make the whole supply for them, so that they are able to get what they want at the right time in the right quantity. So that is what is the vision, and we have our presence in various states, wind and solar in Karnataka, Maharashtra, in Andhra Pradesh, pump storage is getting built, Tamil Nadu and others. So it's happening all over the country, and we aim to.
And if I may ask, like we are hearing DISCOMs planning to extend solar hour rebates to C&I consumer segment. Like how would that, force a shift in the way you're designing your products?
Once again,
we heard like how Maharashtra is going to extend significant rebates during solar hours to even C&I consumers, and that will change the economics of these kind of products. So is it like is it worrying you, or how are you like taking on that challenge?
Yeah, so everything is always a challenge for the private sector, and if any such thing happens, definitely we'll try and ensure that we remain competitive, and the C&I segment always finds us, because we are more responsive in the sense, we go to the customer. Many a time the customer may not even know what he exactly wants. So we are there to give him exactly what he wants with a combination of wind, solar, and storage. And how we do it is our secret sauce.
So, well, Mr. Shivhare, I mean, in case you want to respond, but this is definitely going to be very interesting to watch how DISCOMs use tariffs to keep private sector out of C&I, clients, and how the private sector innovates to capture that market.
See, I think when Electricity Act was designed in 2003, it was reflecting requirements of that time. Now, time has come that we review a lot of these provisions, because our current policies are such that there are huge incentives available for renewables. Whether we will be able to continue these kind of incentives for next 25 years without impacting, lower income group, small and medium industries is a big question. So, and the power sector is one sector where you enter into long-term contract for 25 years. Now, a lot of these decisions are being taken considering that these kind of incentives will continue for next 25 years. That may change because equity is also emerging as a major challenge. Now, from DISCOM's point of view, let me give an example of Gujarat. We don't collect entire fixed cost from our energy, as fixed cost from the consumers. So a lot of it is being collected as energy charges. Now, a lot of open access consumers, they are going for their own power. So they are not paying those fixed charges. And as and when required, they draw the power from the grid. Then burden is being shifted to remaining consumers that we call passive consumers. Most of these are like, they want to be with the DISCOM, be with the grid, but they are going to bear the burden of, so to say, subsidy to the major consumers. Now, that cannot continue for a very long time. Now, our tariff structure is designed in this particular manner so that we can protect the interest of the small consumers, maybe residential consumers, or maybe industry, commercial consumers. If this starts shifting in a major way, major burden will come to remaining consumers. So we need to relook at the policy and show our trajectory, what kind of regulatory changes will happen in coming years, so that those consumers who enter into 25-year agreements don't feel a sense of shock that they were not aware what is coming. So in fact, we have set up a Center for Net Zero Energy Transition in the state of Gujarat. We call it CNET. It is working on, what would be our pattern, what kind of regulatory changes are required when we are going through this phase of energy transition. And we want to bring a lot of clarity in regulations, in policies, because we don't want this sector to face any kind of shocks in coming years. Otherwise, it will have ripple effect. It will have impact on consumers. It will have adverse impact on generators, and at large on the entire society. That should not happen. So yeah, we are taking a lot of steps. I really appreciate private sector's contribution, but DISCOMs are in a very good position to aggregate the demand and cater to the demand, because every consumer's demand is totally different. So we should not see these things in isolation. If we bring that kind of clarity, then we should definitely give choice to the consumers from where they would like to secure their power. If they are able to secure their power at a most competitive rate from third party or through their own captive generation, that is welcome, but it should not happen at the cost of small consumers paying for the big consumers. And that should be brought into perspective.
And we will discuss a lot more in detail in the next segment, where we discuss about the market design and what innovation we need in the contracts front, but also long-term versus short-term open access. But let me turn to Mr. Prashantji. You're representing Avada Group, and you have a huge portfolio and a lot of capacity in the pipeline. What's been your mantra, and how are you looking at the disruptions that we are seeing on the demand front, on the tariff front, and what kind of new innovation in products are you looking at?
Thank you, Shab. Thank you for having me here. What has been a mantra for the brevity of time, let me say, is 5S for us. First S is sustainability. I think for a lot of people, sustainability is a business. For us, it's more than a purpose. And I think that is what we have been doing. We were almost like a very early entrant into renewable in 2008. And I think since then, convincing the entire organizational DNA that sustainability has got a purpose is spelled a magic for us. And I think most of our leadership team today is intact. It's my 17th year in Avada. I worked in a public sector, and this stint is twice the public sector stint for me now. So that is very important. When your organization believes in a sustainability, it's a pious thing for us. Most of our revenue sources, sun, wind, and now water for electrolysis, are pious sources. And I think when this got convinced, the organization got convinced, you got a magic. So that is the first test. Second is synergy, which is very important for us. I think in terms of looking at the ecosystem, looking at outpacing, we believe that the renewable will come, the solar and wind as a vanilla bits, but eventually it has to go to the dispatchability, right? It's a requirement of a DISCOM, which you have to meet. At what time you are able to bring those elements into your entire, so we knew that the bid construct will change over a period of time, and I think we did all those things at the right time, bringing storage, bringing right construct for doing FDRE or RTC, so that has led us, we have almost like 5.5 gigawatt of operational capacity now, and almost 25 gigawatt, which we have won now in terms of tendering or LOAs or PPAs, which have been signed now. So that has been another important thing. And also looking at stakeholders. I remember that during when the COVID happened and the lockdown was about to be announced, right? We not only released salary to our employees, we released advance payment to our vendors. And I think that has really helped, because we were probably the only organization which during the COVID period have done 1 gigawatt of a capacity addition. So that's synergy, which is really very important. Speed is again, the third is very important, and I think we have been able to do. So in our RE space, we have been into complete value chain, starting from land to asset. We do everything in-house. And also in terms of integration and both backward and forward integration, I think this Saturday, our 1.5 gigawatt of a module manufacturing unit was inaugurated by Honorable CM of UP. He has also laid foundation for another 5 gigawatt of integrated module facility, which we are setting up in Greater Noida. On a downstream side, we are setting up 0.5 MTP of a green ammonia facility in Gopalpur with all approvals. We are probably the only company who have just signed the 300 megawatt of a banking agreement with Gridco last month on that front. So I think speed is important. Scale is again very important for us, and we did. In 2013, we set up Neemuch, 150 megawatt, which was the second largest plant of that time. 2 years ago, we did 1.2 gigawatt in Bikaner, which is again by a single IPP, the largest plant. So I think that is important. The last test is skilling. I think we invested very heavily in skilling, not only for us and also from the industry. We just signed an MOU with Green Skill Council for our hydrogen and our skilling aspect. I think that has been a fantastic journey for us. The challenges which we have seen remain the same for us. We cater to C&I also, about 1 gigawatt. We sell to a lot of C&I consumers. We see a lot of disruptions will happen, will be there over a period of time. And I think as long as this 500 gigawatt remain a national target, not only on paper, but in belief that, and that will, because electricity being in a concurrent list, we see at the ground lot of disparating ways which happen between center and state, which we experience during our interaction. But I think as long as the target remains a national target with the belief, I think it's a great future for everyone there.
Thank you so much, and very exciting journey that Avada has charted till now. And since you mentioned about the disparity in states, and with that I'll turn to Subramaniam. You're representing solar industry, The Voice, and they work across states. And what is your understanding of what distinguishes states that are able to attract more industry and that are able to deliver projects at speed and scale from those who want to but are unable to?
Thank you very much, Shalu and CW team, for having me here. Let me start with an analogy that is fresh in our minds from the Champions Trophy final that India won. We have seen Rohit Sharma on the striker's end while Gill was at the non-striker's end. Here, Rohit Sharma was anchoring and then it was Gill's turn. So I think now, if you consider the central government and state governments as batsmen, the time for central government to anchor the strike is slowly coming down and the states are going to take the strike. All of my fellow panelists will definitely agree with me. We have seen since the inception of the solar mission how central government has been pivotal in driving the reforms, albeit power sector being in the concurrent list. Some states like Gujarat have been the initial early movers. We have seen success there. You're seeing Rajasthan now. You've also seen states which came up a little bit later and they have now caught up and they're doing considerably better. It's just that they have not only developed an appetite for how renewables can be done, but they have also indigenized it as per their state's requirements. So the first point to answer your question is that as long as the states are now aware of what they consciously want to do, they are able to create the ecosystem for the private sector to thrive. Case in point, Prashantji mentioned about their plans in Odisha. Odisha is the case in point now. Maybe I think less than 15 months ago, no one must have thought about Odisha as a destination for any renewable energy, let alone gigawatt scale of not just hydrogen, but also solar and wind. But the moment the awareness and not exactly awareness, but the state's understanding of what renewable energy can do to them has sort of percolated through the system. They were able to understand and assess their needs and also come out with plans that can sustain them. Organizations like CW and others, and sometimes us, we interface with states and sort of play our role to make them understand what they're doing. So the recipe for success, number one, is that. Number two, I think, again, going back to my analogy of the states being on strike now, now they are able to understand in terms of ecosystem what is required and what can be sort of sustainable in the long run. Shivhare sir gave you a very good example of how Gujarat is looking at it. Maharashtra also came with similar things for TOD and industrial consumption. So now states are prioritizing their own bandwidth and runway, and based on these both, they are creating aspects of that ecosystem that can not only improve the private sector presence in the state, but also increase both economic employability as well as other dimensions which any state would look at. So I think that is the second part which states are doing. Third, I think it is definitely what I have seen now over the last 2 years is on the manufacturing part. We have seen now states going, if I may use the term, overboard to ensure that they develop manufacturing ecosystem inside the states. I think gone are those days where we always thought states having access to ports are most lucrative for manufacturing. You've seen Avada announcing in UP. We are straight out of, we are very fresh out of MP summit where we saw many manufacturers announcing in MP. I'm seeing a lot of action in manufacturing, even in, let's say, states like Uttarakhand and UP, of course. So I think that is also, I think, it's a conscious decision by states to sort of promote that ecosystem also inside them. So these are the three main, I think, levers that are sort of, or the ingredients for a successful, proliferation from state side. But last but not the least, what we should also understand is that when you are on the non-strikers end, you will learn from the mistakes of the striking batsman. So I think many states also somehow have maneuvered themselves out of the small, trivial rookie mistakes we have done. Of course, we've learnt a lot, both from the industry side and government side. And it's very heartening to see that now, like Dr. Prabhu mentioned, this is an evolutionary process. You cannot take it easy saying that now I've completed all my policy-related commitments. Now let's see whether the sector will grow or not. So I think that is something that I'm very, very happy to see in states, especially like Andhra Pradesh, even Kerala, where they're not only looking at their renewable energy to mimic the goals that the country has on a broader level, but they're also in a position to evaluate the nuances of things that have gone right and wrong, and then come out with things that are very sure going to succeed.
Thank you so much. And definitely, as we say, the Indian states are the laboratories where all the great ideas that get scaled up across the country come from. Now, on that optimistic note, I want to go back to the question we asked to all our audience in the beginning. And I'll come to you, and this will be a very quick round. What is your personal opinion on the likelihood of us reaching 500 gigawatt target by 2030? And as CW research would argue, even go beyond that. And perhaps very briefly, 1 or 2 sentences on why do you think so? So let's start with you, Subbu, and we'll just come from that side to this side.
I mean, I will always say we will achieve it when we have data to prove it. From today, we have 102 gigawatt of solar, 178 is in pipeline. And our conservative estimates, and we are very conservative when we project the installed capacity projections year on year, we believe we'll cross more than 300 gigawatt of solar by 2030. So out of 500, when we are already doing 70%, I think we'll almost be closer to our target. 2 important levers that got added in the last 2 years is Surya Ghar and Kusum. So almost like 10 to 15% of an additional capacity that we have not projected before is getting added, or hopefully will get added through it. So like you said, we might end up more than on the other side of the target rather than below.
Perfect. Mr. Shawari.
So I'm very optimistic that we'll achieve it. I would like to share some information in recently RE summit that was held in Gujarat. It was organized by MNRE. States have given their commitment for achieving 500 gigawatt RE by 2030. And if we believe those commitments, India is on its way to achieve that target very easily. Gujarat has given a commitment of 105 gigawatt. And this does not include capacity coming up for green hydrogen. Government of Gujarat has already allocated land for 131 gigawatt RE for green hydrogen only. And as we understand that
130 gigawatts.
131 gigawatt. So if we take that capacity also will come up by 2030, then Gujarat itself will contribute more than 225 gigawatt. So that's a huge capacity, and on a lot of these projects, work has already started. Some of the private players, they are also starting their own evacuation lines for dedicated use of that power. So I think when we see some figures that there are some challenges like land and connectivity, a lot of steps are being taken by different states. We have taken
So we'll come to the steps just in the next one. I want to just hear what everyone is feeling about that target. Mr. Bhargav.
I think it's given that everyone will say that will be done.
No, no, no. We don't want you. We don't want
Because
you know,
you
that
guys
this-
actually set the ball rolling by saying we need 600. So I think that kind of skewed the entire conversation that we need to do more than 500, which may or may not be necessary, and we can always have a debate on that. But just one quick point, if you permit. You see, we are too hung up on 500. I don't know why. And if
Yeah, no.
I'm happy to take another analogy from what Subbu said. In cricket, like they used to say, process is important, results will follow. So I think all of us, what has actually come out, that whether it's states or private sector, PSUs like us, and even the Solar Federation, so they are all focused on improving the processes. Everyone is actually putting a lot of effort. So it's important that we make all the efforts. 500 is just a notional number. I mean, we may be there, we may exceed that, we may be slightly short, it really doesn't matter. So it's more important that
you think we'll be slightly short or we'll be slightly above?
we'll be almost there. I mean, my sense is because, I mean, if you look at the numbers, we should be there. But my sense is also is on the number which Disha said, 600 to 500 is actually not going to tilt the balance either way on shortages or otherwise. That will be taken care of by either coal or solar plus BESS. So renewables is not going to make up that shortages, and that's my point of view. And Disha, we can have a discussion offline. So that's another matter.
Thank you, Vishal.
Yeah, so I have a different take on this because we are really seeing things on ground as to how they are moving, at what pace they are moving, how they moved in the past, how they're moving now, how they'll move in the future. We were doing about 20 gigawatts, Subbu, till last year, 25, right? And we need to do probably 60 gigawatts every year for the next 5 years. So roughly, 2.5 to 3 times of what we did. So just imagine if everything has to move at thrice the pace of what it was moving. With, I'm really seeing bottlenecks, real big bottlenecks in supply chains because we are taking care of transmission also. So I think that we'll probably overshoot the target by at least 2 to 3 years.
No, thank you for that because we have to talk about the solutions then.
I think, thank you, Subbu, for bringing cricket analogy. And again, Mohitji, so I'll again say it's a 50-over match. Initially, there was a power play. Boundaries were unguarded. So I think the pace was much, much higher now. And now we are moving into a slog overs. And I think 3 or 4 major challenges, yes, there remain. As far as optimism is there, I think there is a famous saying in Rigveda, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Badanti, where they say the truth is same and you can hear from a different perspective you want. I think it's a great thing. It's just a notional number. But I think 3 or 4 things which are really very, very important. The huge flux of renewable coming into the grid now, the grid stability itself become very important. And I think matching storage capacity, I think as the discussion will progress, we'll see that. That's very essential to match that. Transmission is now a severe bottleneck. I think major ISTS, even in Rajasthan, I think you don't have capacity from 2029-30 now for doing the projects over there. So that's another major important thing. But there'll be a lot more other things. For example, green hydrogen mission will unfold almost like 125 gigawatt of a renewable itself, which is not there in terms of a normal 500 gigawatt. That would be another thing. A CNI segment will see a huge deployment, both in context of more the virtual power plants. They come into the picture. And sooner or later, as more regulatory clarity comes, they will come into the picture. So I think we will reach that target there. There'll be a lot more there in the slog overs which are needed to be done. I think government is looking on all of those. HVDC itself became a major issue now, which is getting sorted out. So I think over a period of time, 3, 4 bottlenecks, if they're getting sorted, I think we should be able to reach that target.
Yeah, and let's now take the bottlenecks head on. Right, land and transmission have emerged as one of the major bottlenecks and are also intertwined. I mean, for transmission, you also need ROW. And let me again come back to person who often, where the buck stops, Mr. Shivhare. Like, how are you thinking about helping industry overcoming some of the bottlenecks on land and transmission front? And Gujarat has come up with this, no denial policy on transmission, if I understand. So if you could deemed NA policy, yes.
So in fact, these are the 2 issues which were being repeatedly flagged by all our stakeholders when we organized a meeting with them, land and connectivity. And we did a lot of thinking on how to resolve this issue. We studied different systems to provide connectivity, including by CTU and different states. And then we came up with this policy for no denial for connectivity. Now, earlier it was like, when you apply for RE connectivity, then it was like airline ticket booking. If a ticket is not available, it will show ticket is sold out. It will not give you any options we thought of why not go for railway kind of reservation system, whereby we will know in which route how many passengers are still waiting. So we started this waiting list, and then we created a portal called Achhay Urja Setu portal. So it captures where is the demand. There is no denial policy, so we come to know how many people got the connectivity and how many are still in the waiting. Then we added one more feature that wherever, even if there is no substation, if you want to go to new areas, then still you can give us the location and we'll try to reach there. So now this has become like, demand aggregator for us, and we are using this as, data-driven decision-making tool to plan our network for evacuation of power. Now, biggest concern from the regulator side is that we should not create network which will not be optimally utilized because it is imposing cost on the consumers. Now, this portal has become a very good tool for us to plan our network and match SCOD of the upcoming plants with our substations and lines so that we can optimize cost on both ends. Now, with this, we are also taking solar industry, wind industry to other areas where there was no connectivity, and we have large patches of land, waste lands available in this state, where like Kutch and a lot of areas in Saurashtra, where neither there was generation nor industry, so no demand, so substations were not there. With this concept, we are going to new areas. Now, this has also reduced pressure on land, because earlier everybody was looking for land nearby substations, in the existing substations. Now they are free to choose wherever they can acquire land and will take the connectivity there. So this is also, this one portal is trying to resolve both the issues of connectivity as well as land-related issues. And these kind of mechanisms, if implemented all over the countries, I'm sure a lot of new things are happening, because we are now coming up with those challenges. Probably some states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, because these are at the forefront, we have started facing those challenges much earlier, but these same challenges would be faced by others as well. So yeah, we are taking a lot of steps, and we are also trying to learn a lot from other states. So these kind of interventions will make this kind of RE deployment at a much faster rate. We are going through slog overs, but we have to, the fag end, I'm sure this speed will definitely go up, and we'll be able to achieve the target.
Thank you so much. And Vishal, does that gives you comfort? And what are the other solutions on the ground besides like saying, okay, this needs to be solved, that other states could pick up?
Gujarat state is a model state, so we have all good things to say about Gujarat. In fact, this ROW thing is a major bugbear, not only for RE projects, but also for transmission. More so in transmission, because transmission is a linear project. It goes across rivers, forests, various states, and it spreads across various hundreds of kilometers. So, and then this causes, and there are multiple towers being erected, and then there are, various dynamics of each location. So we're finding that this ROW needs to be solved, and, we have to live with this, and we have to solve this. Probably one of the solutions could be that, you could have a national ROW portal for power sector, the way it's existing in the telecom sector. So the telecom sector has a Gati Shakti Sanchar portal. Maybe an ROW portal tailor-made for the power sector could be thought of by the highest people in the decision making who could make this, and we can help make this portal. So that could probably help you to get and this portal is beautiful. You can apply your ROW, you can pay your money, you can see all the minutes of meeting of various meetings happening in that state, you can apply your application, and there is a deemed ROW approval in case it's a government land. So this is one thing which can be done. Second is the ROW guidelines which are being issued. And these guidelines, are to be, states have to adopt these guidelines in case of transmission. And the biggest problem is that nobody is able to identify the exact evaluation cost of that land. So everybody interprets it in a different manner, and as a result, the project cost goes exorbitantly high. And it does absolutely goes out of the roof. I'll just give you an example. One of the projects in Karnataka, the ROW cost has gone up by about 400 crores. Now the project is a threat of becoming an NPA, because there is no end to greed. People just want more and more money. So, ROW the government is doing a lot of stuff. There are a lot of guidelines coming up. But despite all that, I know that there's a lot of clarifications which require at the ground level, like the DCs and DMs should have the authority to take on decision and come out with an exact market rate, and then one can fluctuate between 100 to 110% of that market rate. So this is the second thing which could be done. And in case of, I think in case of RE projects, the requirement of land is larger, especially in case of wind. And some states where this problem has actually reached a deadlock to the end that the Honorable Minister of State had to write a letter to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra to help out the ROW issues which have reached absolutely very high proportions. So these could be some of the technological solutions and some of the guidelines and policy guidelines which could be looked at.
And how do we feel about utilizing the existing transmission network also, like through co-location of storage in the existing solar plants, also adding more solar capacity so that the utilization of the existing assets can be better? Like, whoever wants to take it.
So this, yeah. So in case of transmission, see if we, especially, are we talking about the delays in transmission?
No, so because there are delays and it will take some time to resolve while we are thinking of solutions bringing them, but there's also existing transmission which is not properly utilized, subutilized, and so why not add solar storage to the existing solar plants, also coal plants? So yeah, I think all three of you can respond to it.
So let me highlight three important things that we are doing in our state. One is that, as you are rightly saying, we are changing our conductors to STLS conductors. So it's carrying capacity almost doubles. Second thing we are doing is we are creating earlier green energy corridors. Now we are thinking of green energy highways. So we'll acquire large tracts of land to create entire corridor so that it will take care of evacuation of power to remote areas. Third thing we are doing is promotion of decentralized generation in a big way. So we have now feed-in tariff in place, PM Kusum, as well as we are going for storage solutions in those areas. Now we have gone ahead with BESS tenders successfully. Now we have also come up with the long duration energy storage tender. So it's a draft tender because it is going to be first of its kind in the country. We have put it in public domain, invited stakeholder comments, and we are enriching our document. And then we'll take regulatory approval, and it's going to be 8 hours plus storage tender. So probably it would be first of its kind in the country. And in our state, PSP projects can come up only in the eastern part of the state, where hills are there. But in entire Saurashtra and Kutch area, where we have major areas where RE is coming up, we don't have any scope for pumped storage solutions. So we have to go for battery storage or LDES solutions. So that's why we are going ahead with these solutions. And large number of industries are also coming up in those areas. So this is also we are trying to minimize transmission of power and keep localized generation and use there only. It will further reduce the need for evacuation of power. So we have to go for holistic approach and work on all the challenges that are coming up. There is still need for larger cooperation between the states because every state's demand pattern is different. So that's why market forces have to play. Either we can go for bilateral arrangements or markets have to play a very important role in that. So we are working on various solutions which will give some way out to achieve these targets.
Yeah, so your point about co-locating, I think, has now been, it's good to see Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad here. They've already come out with that guideline which mandates at least 10%. I would say they were very conservative in saying 10%. In fact, it could actually be higher, and probably it will be higher. Because, I mean, it's not...
It's only for the new plants, not for the existing ones.
Yes, but who's stopping you from doing it at old plants?
So the question is, why are we not also thinking about
so that is where I think, maybe if you permit me, that there's a challenge. In the earlier tenders which were done by SECI and all these guys, there was always a limitation in doing anything new within that project. So that is something which needs to probably change. And I go back to what Subbu said. He was being very polite when he said that central government's role is now coming down and state should be going up. I mean, if I have to make a statement, why does central government have to do bids now? these guys are doing fantastic bids. They're getting the best results.
You've answered my next question.
Yeah, so Gujarat, Maharashtra, MP, UP, I mean, whatnot. Why do we, and the problem is, I think we read in the newspapers a couple of days ago, 80 gigawatts bid done, 40 gigawatts PPA not there. That will keep on happening. Because if people like Gujarat are doing bids on their own, they do their PPAs on their own.
But
So
I'm
they are not looking
curious
at
to now hear from the industry people. Like, are you comfortable with the uncertainty of waiting for the states to come up with their own bids, or do you still think there is a role for centrally designated agencies to play a role in the tendering process, and how it should evolve? Yeah.
So I think why the role of REIS came in the first place. It came because of issues of the bankability, issues of the DISCOM rating. You forget you just leave 3 or 4 major DISCOMs which are there, which are A-rated, probably Maharashtra or Gujarat, where you have almost like the similar tariffs. The role of REI came because of this, to take the renewable energy transition forward, unless the developers, because see today, if you look at the risk matrix, who bears the entire risk, right? It's a risk for the project execution, risk for the forex, risk for a supply chain disruption, risk for the payment delay. 99% of the risk are at the project developer. There is no risk on the other side, right? Now, because of this, the REIS, it has given a comfort in terms of probably the payment security which has come, in terms of your offtake which has come. That is what the role which has come from REIS. But sooner or later, over a period of time, when the states are their own, so every state has a resource adequacy plan now, sir knows, everybody has given their target in terms of doing that, and they are trying to build it now more. Because of the DISCOMs rating, because of the DISCOMs operational efficiency, some of the DISCOMs tenders will be fantastic. Everybody participate in those. But what about the other DISCOMs, right? So for REI's role will be there as a hand-holding till the time they also come to that level. But this problem will remain, and it's very necessary at this point of time to resolve what he rightly said. 40 gigawatt of a PPA is yet to be, I mean, there has been a LOA for the last January, and we are still waiting for a PPA today, and it will create a lot more issues in the pipeline, in the system. To the transmission, I think that's again a very important aspect. Transmission itself as a storage service will play a very important role. I think the major realization is happening. 2-3 major bids have come because of BGF of 27 lakhs, which is there. Tangetco has come with the bid. Bihar has also come with the bid. And I think it's good to see those bidding and things coming up. Another important element would be floating. There's a tremendous potential. For our own project in Odisha, we had to set up almost like 2 gigawatt of a renewable to feed to our green ammonia. We knew we would not be able to, whatever we do, we can't have that much of a land in Odisha, right? Now, we are doing almost like proposing to do almost like 1.5 gigawatt of a floating now. So that's, again, there is almost like 19,000 small reservoir, let's say 500 plus medium reservoir. I think that is one important aspect we'll add to it. So floating will open up another important dimension to it.
I mean, to answer the 4-5 bottlenecks that were identified, and looks like a hung assembly with respect to the survey, the answer to all those problems is only one: states. You bring states into the picture, you will solve all those issues. I'm sure we are evolving into what one may call as a centrally decentralized proliferation of renewable energy. This is going to happen. There is no doubt in that. Decentralized is not pumps and rooftop, but decentralized is states contributing to their INSTS, which in turn is connected to ISTS. That is one. Second, your transmission issue also will get sorted in the same way. We have challenges. There was Chintan Shivi that happened in November in Bhubaneswar. All of these things were highlighted. The ministry formed a task force. We are identifying what can be done, but on a state level, these things can be done at a much more quicker scale. The third important thing is also on the land. Today, I don't know whether most of you must have seen, MOP has come out with the guidelines for designating REIS at state level, which is a very, it is a smart move, because you cannot expect someone who doesn't know you to make best decisions for you. Only you can make your own decisions. So if the state has its own REIA, it can emulate SECI's model, it can emulate NTPC's model. They know what are the land parcels available. They know where they are bringing their own transmission. And states themselves are growth engines today for our economy. They are becoming very energy intensive, as Dr. Prabhu mentioned. So it only makes sense for them to do it. So I definitely think this MOP's move to designate state agencies also REIS. We had 2-3 issues with that. We flagged it to Honorable Secretary. But I think that is going to be a game changer. And I mean, when you're hungry, you know what you eat. So that is something that I definitely think works.
Any last words from our panelist on this?
If I may have a few minutes on that. So yes, I totally agree with I think everyone here that states are the key, and that's the reason why, I mean, of course, MOP came out with the guidelines for designated. GUVNL is already doing that. RUMS is already doing, so there are enough people doing that. The challenge is that when we talk about constraints on land, and I think one of the points probably it was missed was also that there's a huge challenge in terms of digitization or ownership issue with the land. So a lot of states are doing that, but that is something which needs to be carried forward on, and I think one good thing which has happened at the central government level is that they created that portal, Swamitva, which actually establishes. So that will help not only with the land ownership, ROW, and a lot of other things. But the main issue here is again, and again, Subbu alluded it to that, is that what does a state want? Central government can say anything that I will do 100 gigawatts of bid, but if state doesn't want that, what do you do? So they know best what they want, and which is why the whole idea of doing this bidding of solar and wind and hybrid and FDRE probably doesn't make sense. I mean, what they need today, as it appears, is only peak power, battery plus storage, solar plus battery. Okay, let's do that. Why are we doing everything and giving them a thali out of which they eat only one item? We are giving them everything which they don't want. So that's what.
Yeah, I would like to just add one point on the states' transmission aspects. I think the states could adopt, there is something known as the TBCB mechanism, where the states don't have to put a single rupee to build their transmission. So, but then they all have their thresholds below which it is known as the RTM, where they have to put their own money to build the transmission, which is known as the intrastate. Above that threshold is supposed to be TBCB, where the REC, PFC, or private sector puts their money and builds the transmission system. So I think that should be the state should be encouraged to undergo the TBCB route, and also not get that feeling to remain in that RTM limit and keep raising those RTM limits to avoid coming into the TBCB route. TBCB route is the way to go for states. States like Goa didn't even know that TBCB, they don't have to put any money. So now they've come to know and they're doing that. So that will probably invigorate the whole transmission system for states if they immediately go for the TBCB route, make their guidelines. There are just few states in the country who are actually very forward-looking on that. If that could be adopted by all the states, the whole country's transmission system at the state level would see a sea change, and all these transmission woes might just vanish in thin air.
And I think, yes, I agree with him. So one aspect could be that. Another one is that, see how the bids are done today, right? So REIS, central REIS, they come with the bid. Once a tariff is discovered, then you go to the state and say, no, here is the tariff available. By the time the state is considering, another bid comes with a 3-4 paisa lower tariff, and the state keeps betting, let me wait for 6 more months, right? My probably tariff will come down. You can have a reverse process, right? Some of the states which are good can go for their own independent bidding because they are trusted. States which are not able to do that, they still can take help up, because if the Assam comes with a bid for a solar bid, I mean, tariff will be about 4 rupees, right? Assam takes help of NTPC and SECI, does the bid, the tariff will again be 2 rupees 50 paisa. There's payment security aspect come. Rather than you do the bid and then taking it to the state, you take the projection from the state. This year, what is your projection, right? You can go for your independent bidding as an REI, fine. This is what, this is a tariff, but once you commit to it, please take it. It should not happen that you have done the bidding, you have done the auctioning, and then tomorrow you cancel the bid, and then you again set the entire sector for the NPA, as it has happened with this, with the thermal area. Thank you.
And I guess, yeah, it was some gap in understanding the demand of the states and then the tenders, which is what has landed up in us in this situation. But I'll just close in a minute, and I want to ask a question that we have not touched, but is on our minds, given that June 2025 is approaching, and we are hearing people discussing whether the waiver on interstate transmission tariffs should be extended or not. And there are, strong pros and cons, especially if we want to go decentralized, should it? And, but then what does the industry feel about it? So can we just have a yes-no response to this, starting with Subbu?
Honorable Chairman, CE is here. We have been troubling him since last 1.5 years. So
yes or no?
Yes. I definitely think we need at least
How much time do you need until we ask for re-extending it?
as an association, our stand is always same. We need at least 2 more years.
Larger. Perhaps I'll come to you towards the end. Prashant, sorry.
I think, see, the purpose of ISTS was something else. Today, because 4 states have achieved 100 gigawatt plus now, and now the question of a socialization aspect is coming into it. That's what I said. I mean, we have, yes, it should be done for 2 years or so, because we have one nation, one grid, probably one nation, one election as well, one nation, one tax. Why not one nation, one renewable?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And I feel that this should be done like yesterday, and the cost is also not much. The impact is not very high. I do not know why there's a pushback coming from everyone. The impact is extremely, extremely affordable. It's a yes, it's a yes.
Mr. Bhargav.
I'm actually a no. And I have just one more request to Ghanshyamji sitting here. Let's not do it in phases, 25%, 50% and all that. Let's do today yes, tomorrow fully on. I think that's what.
Mr. Shivare.
No, because we have to start when RE has matured. We have to start analyzing who is bearing the cost of subsidy. Unless we take that, start analyzing in proper perspective, it will impose huge cost on certain sections of society, and they will start. Probably they are even not realizing today how they are paying. Maybe some smaller consumers are subsidizing bigger consumers. And unless we start analyzing and addressing those issues, this issue will become a major flashpoint in coming 2-3 years in states like Gujarat. So we should be acutely aware of its social and political implications and how it is impacting equity concerns. So my answer is no. 2 more things I would like to add. When we talk about bids, there is no shortcut to viability of discoms. We have to work on that. And secondly, these kind of dialogues are extremely important because things are very dynamic, things are evolving, changing, and we have to keep discussing all these things, and a lot of things emerge from these kind of dialogues. So thanks, CEW, for inviting us and making these kind of dialogues possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your patient hearing and for sharing your frank, reflections. And with that, I'll pass on the mic back to Megha.
We are truly thankful to our experts in the sector. And it was really, really an insightful discussion because there were so many multiple perspectives on a same thing, but yet so much optimism in the panel. Thank you so much, everyone. Now it is my honor to invite Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji for his special address. He is the chairperson of the Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of Power. He held the post of Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Power prior to this. He has given more than 30 years to the power sector. We are honored to have this visionary and transformational leader join us on stage today. Welcome, sir, on the stage.
It's time for your.
Good afternoon. And let me at the outset thank CW for inviting me to be a part of this session. I think we had been working together for quite some time now. And if I recall correctly, it's nearly 14 years when at least I had been associated with CW whenever we used to frame some new policies in the power sector. Particularly on any front, whether it used to be energy transition leading to RE integrations, its impact, policy changes, and all, so and so. And that is how I finally agreed to succumb to the pressure of Dr. Ghosh that I have no option but to come to this discussion. So let me just give my perspective on the energy transition journey that we had undertaken so far. And if I recall, around 2010-11, when we were just taking off, there was hardly any renewables into the system. And of course, just now you heard some debates going on between whether center or state who should have been driving, what's the right approach and all. My understanding is probably there is no right or wrong. It all depends on the situation under which you are trying to take a decision. So that was a time when probably things were just evolving and people were not very clear what should be the driver and what policy should be brought in so that we have more and more renewables getting integrated into the systems. And this happens, and this is but natural. The reason being, we were very comfortable with the conventional generators. Operating coal-based generating stations, gas-based generating stations, hydro, nuclear was quite easy. Everybody had gained a bit of more comfort level in terms of its operation, in terms of its augmentation, etc., etc. The moment anybody used to say that, why don't we start integrating solar, everybody used to say that it will, how we'll try to manage the variability part and so forth. Then came some kind of a study which was commissioned at the national level, and Samir is here. So we did burn a lot of midnight lamp during that time, 2010, 11, 12 was the period. And we were just deliberating, can we have a large-scale integration of renewables into the Indian grid? Very specific problem. And if so, then what are its nuances and what are the action points and what are the preparedness that is required to be done for integration of renewables into the system? And a good iconic report that was brought in of long duration energy storage integration into the system, which had around 21 to 22 action points. And while we were deliberating that, we were also implementing. It's not that we were just simply deliberating for 2 years and we didn't do anything on that. And that gave us a huge amount of confidence. It was not only Indian experts who were deliberating on it, we had tried to have some international experts as well in that committee. We had huge rounds of discussions with the stakeholders, states, all brought together, and then we started this particular journey. Then came the cost aspect of it. The cost, even at that time, used to be around 17 rupees, 18 rupees in terms of solar. So we had some of the policies with NTPC saying that why can't we have some kind of a bundling scheme. Then came National Mission of Solar, where again some kind of policies were brought in which reduces the impact of solar onto the consumer aspect of it. So these journeys kept on happening, and definitely there are some very proactive states like Gujarat. Even at that time, they had decided that, okay, even if the cost is 17 rupees or 14 rupees, but at least let us go ahead with the integration in the state and all. And that was good. And in fact, we can't expect everyone to be together at the same time, but we needed somebody who can take lead, and some more states later on kept on joining the journey. I'm just narrating this because just now I heard who is right and who is wrong. And then came the question, if state has to do it, what is the policy? What is the national policy? So every state started looking at that kind of a policy and how it is to be driven. Should it be driven like the conventional generators which we had in the country? Or do we need a separate policies for renewables integrations? Then we thought, okay, why don't we, right from the day one, we try to have a competition in this particular segment, unlike what we used to have in the conventional generation. And that is how the concept of guidelines started coming in. So everybody started looking at, can you bring in the guidelines under Section 63? And the solar guideline was the first to come. It went under so many iterations later on as well. We had amended it a number of times just to take care of the changes and the requirement of the states and the buyer and the seller as well. Then came wind, then came hybrid, solar and wind together. Then the concept of RERTC, then FDRE. So these are all evolving, and these are evolving from the perspective of the buyer and the person who is going to really matters in particular in either the seller side or the buyer side of it. So after this, then came a question that I think just now also we were trying to deliberate. Who is the best person? Now we have started deliberating because some people, they have really achieved a level which they are meeting the RPO, and at the same time, the percentage of RE in that particular state has become higher as well. So they have a different kind of a problem. There are states which are not in that space. They have a different kind of a problem. Nation as a whole has a different commitments to meet, whether it is international commitment or even in terms of the domestic commitment in terms of meeting the challenges of growing demand in the country. And this is more challenging to us, and particularly is keeping us all running up and down. Even though 2 years back we had declared ourselves that we are surplus in terms of capacity, but right now we are just neck to neck, and we are just trying to think how we try to see that. And this all happened because of the lull period during the COVID time, and suddenly the growth on the demand has started picking up, and last 2 years we had witnessed in, I think, around 10% and so. Expected that it will further keep on growing. So if I have to do that, then the energy security, and again we had to rethink about the mix of generation. Somebody might say that India has gone back on its earlier commitment and has gone back to thermal power stations because we had no option but to push certain more coal-based capacity into the system so that at least our energy security is maintained. See, we have to see one more thing, one more aspect of it, and that is the affordability of power. And this power, we can't simply keep on adding something else which keeps on increasing the cost all the while. So, cost of power, which drives your industry, because the other side of it, we have to see that the GDP also is not impacted, the growth is also not impacted, and if that is supposed to be there, then industry also must get power at a reasonable tariff. And if I have to maintain that reasonability of tariff, then I have to see what needs to be added into the system and at what point of time, and so that the cost of power doesn't go up. Somebody used to tell me 3-4 years back, India is not pushing storage in a big way. I said, wait, we will definitely do it when the time comes. And now probably the time has started coming when the cost of battery storage has come to a reasonable level. I am sure that it will come to further downsizing of it as well. And we will slowly start ramping it up. And because we have large fleet of thermal, which also is doing flexing for me in terms of balancing, probably that has been helping us in meeting the balancing requirements so far. But we also realize that going forward from 26, 27 onwards, we'll be requiring huge amount of storage. And that is how the policy now shifting towards the storage, and this includes both the type, whether it is battery storage system or the hydro PSPs as well. Hydro PSP definitely will have to ramp it up and ramp it up very fast. And in that, number of measures have been taken, number of policy changes have already happened. And we have seen that the good amount of private sector people is now jumping in, and there is a promising chain which gives us a confidence that at least we will have good amount of hydro PSP coming into the system in near future. We are targeting somewhere around 50, around 50 by 2032. And so far the potential of hydro PSP has gone up to 189 gigawatt, which is a good and sizable number, and it is increasing. Almost every month I see one or two new sites getting discovered. And this is happening because people are more proactive and they are going to the sites, they are trying to discover. Still, we have not discovered the mines area. If we include the mines area, probably the potential may be much, much higher than what 189 that we have at present. So probably this is a very good, good opportunity for PSPs to be developed in India. We had lull period for hydro development for last at least 15 years. So again, hydro and hydro PSP is taking a good shape. So this is again a policy shift that we had tried to do. Then comes because we are targeting non-fossil segments, so nuclear is another area where the focus is getting shifted. And we will be trying to increase from 8.2 presently to somewhere around 100 gigawatt, which is already an announcement in the budget this year. So we can't go back to that announcement, but earlier we were targeting somewhere around 54 gigawatt, which seemed to be very much doable, but definitely we'll have to develop on that as well. And that is how you must have seen that a lot of policy changes are expected in the field of nuclear, whether it is in terms of amendment of the act or rules, regulations, and participation, not only dependent on the NPCL, but trying to see that other CPSUs and the private sector also gets into this business. So from the resources side, definitely we are trying to create the demand as well, because we also used to see that the PPAs are not getting tied up, that there's not much demand coming out from the state's perspective. So that is how the exercise of resource adequacy plan was taken up, so that at least state is also aware about what is their requirement. Otherwise, until you do this study scientifically, I know that some of the states like Gujarat and all, they are doing this studies for quite some time, but majority of the states, they had not been doing it, and that is how the exercise of resource adequacy plan was started. And it did take us roughly 2 to 2.5 years for the policies to be in place, whether it was in terms of mandating it or in terms of putting the guidelines, putting the framework. But now we had taken off on that. And this is the second round of exercise that is happening. And we want this to be done every year because of the changing environment and the changing mix that is there. Idea is not to wait for 5 years. Earlier, any plan was getting revised every 5 years. That will not happen, and this has to be done every year. So initially we did up to 31, 32, and now we are already ready with 34, 35. Gujarat, we have done it. Probably you will get received tomorrow. We have revised it now to 34, 35. So all this, and ultimately we want the states. It's not that the center versus states, but it's the joint effort of the center and the states to really reach to these goals. And that is how when the CA started this exercise, we said that we will not do it alone. And we had taken their team also along with us. Their teams comes, interacts, sits, we try to see that the capacity building is happening. Maybe after 2-3 iterations, the entire things will have to be done by the DISCOMs as it is mandated in the rules. That the DISCOMs should try to do it themselves and then get it weighted by CA so that there is a capacity building. Because it was rightly said that it's the states who knows their problem the best and they can find the solutions in a more optimal manner. The only advantage that we have between the center and the state is that there are diversity factors, there are advantages of integration of the states, and those advantages must also be passed on to these states as well. And what we have seen is, in terms of diversity, there is always a gain of around something like 25 to 30,000 megawatt as of now, which can easily be optimized. And this optimization leads us to reduction in cost of power supply. And that is how the joint exercise will always have to be done. It can't be said that states can be isolated. Had that been the case, we would have never integrated states together to form a regional grid, and then combining all the regional grids to the national grid, and now it's international as well. And this integration has led us to a lot of savings. Grid operator is here, and not only savings in terms of money, but in terms of the stability in maintaining these grids. And this stability, I think, if you talk to Bhutan and Nepal, probably they will be the best person to tell you what kind of stability that these people they have gained out of getting it synchronously connected with the Indian grid. Same happens with our own state grid as well. Of course, now the state grids are growing, and they are, some of the larger grids are having 20,000, 30,000 megawatt. But earlier, when we started this size, they were hardly having 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 megawatt. And any kind of a small disturbance used to disturb their smaller grid as well. Now, even if there is a disturbance of, I think we had the largest contingency of 8,000 megawatt going at a single moment, and our grid sustained as usual. I mean, nothing much happened on that kind of a contingency. In fact, now we are planning for a larger contingencies as well, that even if something happened. And this will happen only because the entire grid is integrated and integrated synchronously with a larger and a very strong ties. So this has led us to slightly having more reforms in terms of transmission, and we wanted ISTS to be much more stronger, intra-regional capacities to be growing, reaching up to 118 as of now gigawatt, and we are targeting this to go somewhere around 160 to 168 gigawatt by 2032 and all that time frames. Inter-regional grids definitely helps us in meeting that diversity. Say, for example, last year we had some issues in southern region, and we could push power from the northern region as well. So these kind of things will keep on happening depending on the weather conditions, depending on their water availability, depending on any kind of things, and that needs to be taken care. The pain point that came is, and that was discovered very recently when we were doing our national electricity plan for transmission, which has been published very recently. It was unveiled on 14th of October last year. We found that most of the states, they are not doing the transmission perspective plan, the intrastate part, for more than 4 to 5 years visibility. And that led us to a lot of sub-optimization. By the time their plan gets fructified, they are again in the mid of the crisis. So we said that, okay, can we handhold these states and try to have, again, 10 years resource adequacy plan for intrastate transmission system as well. So we have taken that exercise. We have started doing this with the states as well. First of that for Delhi is we are likely to bring it maybe in another 10 days. And we are targeting that by December this year, we should be completing all the exercise of intrastate for the next 10 years, integrated with the ISTS plan. And ISTS plan is also getting revised dynamically every 6 months. And this is very much required. Until we do this, probably we will not be able to take care of the changes that is happening in the system. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining this. I was almost on the mid of the deliberations. So we were talking about the transmission part, and we were just saying that we have one of the robust transmission system in India, and this is certified by saying that there is no congestion as of now into the Indian power market, and we are discovering single price in the system, which is indicative that absolutely there is no congestion in the Indian power sector. This has also led us to giving more confidence to anybody who is trying to buy our product outside, particularly European Union and Japan and others. They wanted to know whether India is a single bidding zone or not. We very much clearly said that India is qualifying as a single bidding zone, and we don't have any kind of congestion into the system. Our price is same, and our accounting is in 15 minutes time block, which means that I have a good and direct correlation of RE being produced at one place and the same RE getting consumed at the other place, and this correlation is working, and there is a robust system of energy accounting which gives me a confidence that a product which is being made, it is being made using the green power. And that product can easily be termed as green, and this was particularly case with reference to the green hydrogen, and maybe later on it might be coming for other products as well, because we are going to have similar situation for either steel or aluminum or copper or anything of that nature. And we have told them that since we have the robust system, we'll be able to demonstrate to you, we'll be able to tell you that, okay, which industry has consumed what kind of RE power and to what quantum. So this probably has given them a lot of confidence, and recently when the EU delegation was here in India, they were quite confident on this, and probably we'll be able to take it much forward. I just want to caution at this point. I have two things for which I have come to this particular forum today. One is, which I am hearing, and particularly in this particular context, is people are giving a narrative that can we go for only green transmissions. Probably that will be a suboptimal solution. Please don't try to do that. Otherwise, what is going to happen, there will be probably a parallel grid. With great difficulty, we have been able to integrate the system, we have been able to optimize the system, and we have been able to see the benefits of integrated system operation in the country. Let me give you another example. If you take US is not entirely integrated as of now, and you must be seeing a lot of failures that is happening in Texas, a lot of failure happening in Cal ISOs, lot of failures happening in NYISOs, and this is happening because at the time of crisis, they will not be able to get assistance from the neighboring provinces, because they are not electrically connected, wherein we are, and that is the advantage. So please don't, because some people have said that, can you give me RE power 100% through a dedicated RE, and I don't want this line to be connected to the grid. I said, please don't do that, you will end up into a disaster. Because your load fluctuation will not be matched with that kind of a RE, even though he can commit you, and the kind of combinations that he will be required to keep, probably that will be very, very suboptimal, and that will rise to the cost of power. So this is one, I think I thought I'll just bring in here. We need to evolve, and since we have already come to a stage where we need to take it further forward, and we were having said before you came, there was a good discussion on whether we should go for waiver of ISTS or not, and of course there were 5 panelists there, and in that 2 said no and 3 said yes. I really don't know what to say, and they were all targeting to me. I think we have a discussion on that discussion is going on, and what Sivare rightly pointed out is there are pros and cons of it, and there are nuances to the waiver of transmission charges which is happening at present. Let me give you a small example of that. Because of ISTS waiver, and it's example of Gujarat itself, it's Khavda, where 500 megawatt getting generated in Khavda is supposed to go to Gujarat, is getting evacuated through ISTS line, coming to some other states, and again going back to Gujarat. Is that an optimal solution? Probably not. So because of this, because it is free, so people want it to be connected to the ISTS, which is not at all a good solution. This is just one example I have quoted. Number 2, there are states now who wants to develop their intrastate transmission system. And particularly Karnataka has said no to any ISTS line until we are able to mature and try to saturate our own intrastate system. And this is very much required. And they have identified somewhere around 30 to 35 gigawatt of capacity over a period of time which they would like to consume within the state as well. Of course, this will not make the system at halt, and there are apprehensions that probably the ISTS plan that we have, that probably that will get halted. That will not happen. Let me assure you all that will continue to happen. But at the same time, we need to develop the intra-state transmission line as well. Same thing is going to happen in Rajasthan. We had a detailed discussion with that team, CTO, CA, Rajasthan team. They sat together for 3-4 days in Rajasthan itself. They have also identified a scheme of something like 38,000 megawatt, which can easily be evacuated through the intrastate system. Right now, we are facing huge amount of congestion for bringing ISTS line from Rajasthan to other places, and we are going to depend on the HVDC, which will take at least 5 to 6 years. So can we have a better solution for a state like Rajasthan, which is already saturated? And saturated, why I mean is, Rajasthan alone, we have already planned for 101 gigawatt, if I recall correctly, more than 100 gigawatt, and that 100 gigawatt is already under execution. So anything beyond that, evacuating from a single state is going to be a big challenge. And HVDC, the time taken will be much higher. And that is how we have worked out a solution with the states that at least for the next 3 to 4 years, we evacuate your power through the intrastate, and by then, the HVDC will also be ready. So we'll have to work out a solution which is a win-win situation for the RE developer as well as for the country and the state as well. So, of course, nothing much to say on the viability of the DISCOM part of it. Definitely, they need to see that they become more participant and become more viable. Only one more topic that I'll touch upon here is we need to see the comfort of the DISCOMs as well, particularly in terms of their requirement, because each state's requirement is not similar. Each state's load curves are not similar. Each state's future requirements is also not going to be similar. So depending on the state-specific nature, probably the entire thing has to be done. And that is how probably the resource adequacy plans of generation, transmission, and further, they should also try to do their own distribution network planning as well, so that at least all these three gels together. In my agenda, this last part is going to be there. Right now, we have done a small draft national plan for the distribution, which is pending in the ministry. If it gets approved, probably that will be the first national electricity plan for the distribution sector, which we'll be trying to release. But then it has to have a detailed plan for the states as well in the distribution segment, so that at least we have a robust system in the distribution segment as well. Power market, definitely it needs to be given a huge thrust. Sir, right now we just have 7 to 8% of the share in the power market. That we have been deliberating in ministry as well, that how do we increase this number. So there's a report already which was released by Ministry of Power. We have a roadmap till 2030, and we are working on that. And 2-3 segments, particularly on the capacity market, having some kind of a financial products, changing from 15 minutes time block operation to 5 minutes time block operations, that will be required, so that the gate closure time can be reduced from 1.5 hours to maybe say 45 minutes or so. So all these deliberations are happening. We are trying to see that in a given next time frame of maybe 2 to 3 years, we do get some kind of attraction. Some more products, just like what we experimented with the green day-ahead market and green term-ahead market, we might have to experiment some more type of products. Could be in terms of CFD type of a construct or something, which we are deliberating on that. Probably all these will take the journey of energy transition in a much faster manner, and probably we will be able to do that with the cooperation of each and every stakeholder. Let me at the outset again stress that huge opportunity in India, huge investment opportunity in India, and I think we need to work together to achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are truly grateful for this very informative address. So now we I request you to stay back and I invite Dr. Suresh Prabhu, Shri Ghansham Prasad ji, and Honorable Minister of State Shri Shripad Yasho Naik ji and Dr. Arunabha Ghosh on the stage. Vasla means breathe in the Lambari language. These stoles are hand embroidered by women artisans from Lambari tribe, sews the data into story that reflects global reality of air quality. So now we are turning the spotlight to the launch of the report, and I welcome all the authors, Ms. Disha Agarwal, Ms. Arushi Lerlan, Mr. Rudhi Pradhan, Ms. Sayogita Satpute, Mr. Karthik Ganeshan, and Ms. Shalu Agarwal here on the stage. Additionally, I also invite Mr. S.C. Saxena and Mr. Jayaprakash Shivahare. A very special thanks to our distinguished dignitaries for gracing us with your presence, and to all the authors for their tireless efforts in bringing this report to fruition. Moving ahead, we have Shri Shripad Yasho Naik ji, the Member of Parliament from the constituency of North Goa. He is the Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy. He was the first elected to 13th Lok Sabha from North Goa constituency in Goa in 1999 and has since then retained his seat across 6 Lok Sabha elections till the present. He has previously held the office of the Minister for Culture and Tourism, as well as Minister of State of the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. I welcome you, sir, for the special address.
Namaskar. Good noon to everybody. Honorable Sri Suresh Prabhuji, Sri Ghansham Prasad ji, Chairman, Central Electricity Authority, Dr. Arunabha Ghosh ji, CEO, CEW, distinguished panelists, industry leaders, policymakers, experts, and my dear guests. Namaskar again to all of you. It is my privilege to address this esteemed gathering at this national dialogue on
powering India's future, policy, markets, and innovation for clean grid. I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to Sri Suresh Prabhuji and the Council of Energy, Environment, and Water for their unwavering commitment to research and advocacy in shaping the India's energy future. India is undergoing an unprecedented energy transition, setting global benchmarks in clean energy adoption. Under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, we have set an ambitious target achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 and reaching net zero emission by 2070. These goals are fundamental to our aspiration for Viksit Bharat by 2047, ensuring the economic growth, job creation, and environmental sustainability. In the past 1 decade, our renewable energy journey has been remarkable, to say the least. Our total installed renewable capacity has surged from 76 gigawatts in 2014 to over 220 gigawatt today. From a modest 2.8 gigawatt in solar capacity in 2014, we have crossed 100 gigawatt solar last month, marking the more than 35-fold increase. Wind energy stands at a nearly 48 gigawatt, and bioenergy is transforming the farmers into Urja Data. Our green hydrogen mission, with an outlay of rupees 19,744 crores, is positioning India as a global leader in clean hydrogen production. National Bioenergy Program and Satat scheme are driving the adoption of the compressed biogas, enabling a circular economy and reducing the waste. Our journey ahead is even more crucial. India's electricity demand is expected to double by 2032. The question is, how do we meet this demand reliably, affordably, and sustainably? The answer lies in accelerating the renewable energy deployment, modernizing our grids, and enabling the investment in clean energy market. CEW's report, which we have just now released, is very timely in highlighting the pathways on this journey until 2030. The report's findings emphasizes that we must double down on renewable and energy storage to meet our energy needs and lower costs in the face of the rising demand. Truly, renewable energy are the foundation of our future energy security. To achieve our target, we must address the critical bottleneck, that is grid integration and transmission expansion, in our topmost concern and priority. Accordingly, our transmission network is going to expand from 4.91 lakh circuit kilometer today to 6.48 lakh circuit kilometer by 2032 to evacuate the renewable power efficiency. Energy storage and grid flexibility is also on top of our mind. Our battery energy storage and pumped hydro storage would massively expand to scale from 4.86 gigawatt today to over 74 gigawatt by 2032. Our government is incentivizing the energy storage project through the viability gap funding. Land and supply chain constraint is another challenge. We need to innovative deployment models such as co-locating solar, wind, and storage to optimize the land use and transmission. The role of states is most crucial in our goal of mission 500 gigawatt by 2030 and net zero by 2070. We need to take all these states on board and harness their RE potential to the fullest. While states like Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu lead in RE capacity, other states like Odisha, Bihar, and Kerala need to do the catching up. Every state must leverage its unique RE potential and contribute in this mission. In doing so, they would be helping themselves. We also need to promote and integrate the offshore wind and green hydrogen. Investment in offshore wind farms and green hydrogen production will strengthen the India's clean energy portfolio. The transition to a clean grid requires robust market mechanism and financial initiatives. Going forward, the revamped power markets with long-term contracts, green open access, and day-ahead market would support our renewable energy integration. We also need to leverage the technology by way of digital transformation and smart grid. All driven demand forecasting, IoT-enabled smart metering, and blockchain-based energy trading will enhance our grid efficiency. Green or RE finance and investment mobilization would be another important aspect. Achieving 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030 milestone will demand an investment of approximately rupees 30 lakh crore, equivalent to USD 360 billion. As regards our aspiration to becoming a net zero by 2070, a study by Moody's rating estimate that India's power sector will require investment equivalent to 2% of GDP annually over the next decade and between 1.5% to 2% of GDP over the following 25 years. This translates to an estimated USD 10.1 trillion investment to meet our net zero target. Further, to support and integrate the influx of renewable energy, we need to invest rupees 9.15 lakh crore, which is in dollar term comes into 110 billion USD in upgrading and expanding the national transmission grid by 2032. This is the scale of investment required for our renewable and net zero dream, and realizing it will require a mix of domestic investment, international climate finance, green bonds, public-private partnership, and multilateral funding. Our government is enabling this clean energy transition and transformation through landmark policies. Our PM Suryaghar Muft Bijli Yojana targets 1 crore rooftop solar installation. Yesterday only we have crossed 10 lakhs beneficiary mark under the PM Suryaghar and are confident that achieving 1 crore rooftop solar installation targeted by March 2027. PM Kusum scheme is providing the farmers with energy security and additional income through the solar while de-dieselizing our farm sector. National Green Hydrogen Mission positioning India as a global leader in green hydrogen. Production-linked incentive scheme strengthening the domestic manufacturing of solar modules and batteries. A clean grid must serve the consumer efficiently while ensuring the financial viability of our DISCOMs. Coincidentally, I am chairing a group of ministers on viability of DISCOM, having energy minister from 6 major states, and we would be submitting our report by 30th April 2025. We have conducted the 2 meetings of the GOM so far. I urge you all to freely share with us your knowledge, wisdom, insights and suggestions to this regard, including any out-of-box solution to make our DISCOM viable. We have to revitalize our DISCOMs by addressing key issues like reduction of AT&C losses, reducing the ACS ARR gap, and implementing the smart metering under the revamped distribution sector scheme. Exploring the privatization of parallel licensing model for DISCOMs and encouraging the alternative funding mechanism will enhance the efficiency and financial sustainability. However, electricity being a current subject, and since state distribution utilities functioning under this administrative control of the state, a final call in this regard would have to be taken by states. This clean energy transition would also empower our consumers. Time of day, tariff, peer-to-peer green energy trading, and demand-side management would enable consumer to drive the and green benefits from the green transition. India's energy transition is not merely an infrastructure shift, it is a social economic transition. It demands the unwavering commitment, collaborative efforts, and bold innovation from the stakeholders, government, industry, investor, and consumer alike. As we deliberate on the policy shift, market reforms, and the innovation at this dialogue, let us reaffirm our shared vision, an energy secure, economically vibrant, and environmentally sustainable India. Let us work together to power the India's future with a clean, resilient, and inclusive grid. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Nayak. I know you have taken out time from Parliament, and Mr. Prasad also has to leave soon, but if you would permit me just one question each to both of you before अभी इसके बाद lunch होएगा तो वो food for thought के लिए आप दोनों से एक question मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ. पहले I want to ask Mr. Prasad, you made some very critical points in your lecture, from the need for rapid increase in pumped hydro for the storage side, then in terms of your dynamic assessments, not just on a 5-year basis, but on an annual basis. Then this issue of bringing down, for the development of the power market, bringing it down from 15 minutes to 5-minute cycles. So one sort of word that is constantly coming up in the dialogue today, offline, online, is the Indian power sector is highly dynamic. And a lot of the things you have articulated, clearly if somebody is studying the Indian power sector, I would recommend that they not only look back what happened, but study it from now on and see what will happen over the next 2, 3, 5 years and monitor that. However, the question I have for you is, what will keep you up at night? What is the biggest risk that you see to this very dynamic evolution of the power generation capacity, the markets, the transmission, the distribution? What are the really big risks that we should be anticipating and preparing for?
Yeah, I think now it is working. Thank you, Ghosh. I think we have to sacrifice something, and probably we'll have to sacrifice our sleep if we really have to take the sector forward. And so this we experienced for last at least 10 years. And particularly last 6-7 years, when we were trying to revive the sector, probably every day it was a challenge for us, whether it was in terms of settling the dues, which was making it going higher and higher, in terms of the grid, in terms of connectivity, in terms of policies, in terms of guidelines, all these. And it looks as if there is a single paper that comes out from the ministry, but to prepare that particular paper, it takes huge amount of time. It's not, it doesn't come just like that. So normally, sir, what used to happen is before I was given a charge of reforms and restructuring, hardly one or two paper used to come out from the ministry, and all these stakeholders used to get huge amount of time, and they used to send us a lot of queries, questions, suggestions, and the ministry was also bogged down with all kinds of suggestions. So that entire process of reform for one particular aspect used to take at least 1.5 years to 2 years. So I said probably this way probably we will not be able to catch up to the reforms that is required. So what we did is can we do a parallel processing? So you must have seen during that time is one report was there, and then maybe everything others used to be in the pipeline. So maybe just after 1 month or so, you'll find another policy coming into the draft policy, then another draft policy. I think Mishra is there. He used to tell me, is he sitting? I'm not sure. Yeah, Himanshu Mishra. So people were telling me कि इतना जल्दी जल्दी लेके आ रहे हो, आप तो टाइम तो देते ही नहीं हो कि इसको मैं ग्रास्प करूँ और इसको पढूं और आपके ऊपर कमेंट दूं. मैं कहा no, it's the other way around. We have to develop, and I don't have the time to really sit back and relax and try to see that the sector doesn't grow. So what we did, in fact, what we did is we had tried to identify the issue, solve the issues, and move forward. It's not that we keep on waiting and trying to refine it for the 100% accuracy. Policy will never have 100% accuracy. That's my take. The moment it used to reach somewhere around 85% to 90% of acceptability, we used to say that it's a time to roll it out. Let us experiment it. If there's something goes wrong, probably we'll have the time to correct it as well. And this is how probably we'll have to move forward as well. Amit has also joined in, and I think we used to, I used to disturb him a lot during that policy making. And he was one of the person who used to legally support me that, okay, go ahead, Ghanshyam. Anything happens in the legal aspect of it, I'll try to take care of those aspects as well. So, Anubhav, what you have said is, how do we really go forward for the next 5 to 10 years? We are still at a very, I'll say, fragile state. By that I mean is the things are still evolving, the things are still changing. Which side it will take a turn, I really don't know, because a lot of people across the world, you must be seeing that there are some pushbacks on the policy fronts as well by some of the countries. Globally, something will keep on happening, so there will be externalities to whatever the concept that we are trying to make. But what I always advocate is, please try to watch and see your own conditions and what is best for you. So what is best for the Indian condition, we should always try to take that forward and try to solve the issues, not sit with the issues. This is another things that we'll have to drive on. If any issues comes in, please try to solve it at the earliest. The moment you delay it, probably it is going to, it is going to be disastrous. Whether it is in terms of the capacity addition, whether it is in terms of the transmission capacity addition, or viability of the discoms, or grid operations, anything particularly, we need to solve the issues at the earliest. And whether it is through the policies or through consultation or whatever means that we need to do it, or through legal channel. So all channels must be exploited parallelly, and maybe probably we'll have to work for more than 17, 18 hours.
You said that we have to sacrifice sleep. वो जैसे डिफेंस में होता है कि सरहद पे जो जवान खड़े हुए हैं वो जागे हैं ताकि हम चैन की नींद सो सकें. तो for economic security, people like you and many colleagues and collaborators and stakeholders in the sector are keeping the power system going and sacrificing your sleep so that the economy can also go on 24/7. So I think the issues you've highlighted are important. But if I may turn to you, Honorable Minister, सुबह Mr. Prabhu, Dr. Prabhu के keynote में he was reflecting back on 2003-4 में जब Electricity Act हुआ, at that time just 3-4% of the generation capacity was in the private sector. आज इतना dynamism आ गया है, private sector का investment आ गया है. But there have been of late some recent attempts to also now amend the act. And that is not, even as there is so much dynamism, so many new challenges and opportunities coming, we have to upgrade the governance framework, the legislative system. And इसमें आपका federal structure भी आता है. Center कितना करेगा and what is the leadership that states are providing that they might also bring in. So I don't want to pose this as a political question. I'm posing it more as a national question for all of us. What would you reflect on is the way to bring stakeholders together within and outside Parliament to see what is the upgraded legislative framework we need for a very dynamic power sector?
आपने सही कहा है, प्रयास तो भरपूर करने पड़ेंगे. हम देखते थे जब भी हम स्कूल में थे तो मेरे ख्याल से 24 आवर्स में से 12 घंटे भी पावर नहीं मिलती थी. लेकिन आज हम ये कह सकते हैं कि निश्चित तौर से थोड़ा टाइम लगा है, लेकिन जो प्रोग्रेस कर दिया है देश ने, जो प्रोग्रेस कर दिया, आज हम कह सकते हैं कि 95% जो बिजली जो है अनलिमिटेड बिजली आज लोगों को मिल रही है. ये तो हमारी ये है. मैं इसमें से ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं जानता हूँ. मैं तो इसमें जूनियर स्टूडेंट हूँ, अभी पढ़ रहा हूँ, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पावर का पढ़ रहा हूँ. और मुझे एक घटना याद आ रही है. हम जब एक पावर स्टेशन में गए थे और स्टेशन में कैसी बिजली जनरेटर कैसा घूमता है, बिजली कैसा पैदा होता है, ये तो एक उत्सुकता उस वक्त में थी. तो कई फैमिली वहाँ आई थी और उसको अंदर जाके दिखाया. इंजीनियर ने सब बोला और बोलने के बाद वो सब देखा, लेकिन उनके ध्यान में नहीं आया. बाहर आ गए. वो बाहर पट्टे वाला था, अच्छा ड्रेस वगैरह पहना हुआ था, और उन्होंने उसको पूछा, भाई साहब जो कुछ बोल रहे थे हमें कुछ पता नहीं, बिजली कैसी जलती है मुझे बताइए. तो उन्होंने, वॉचमैन ने कहा सही बात है, ये बटन है, वहाँ जो बिजली पानी गिरता है ये आपने देखा है, ये बटन है, ये बटन ऑन किया तो बिजली शुरू होती है, ऑफ किया तो बिजली बन जाती है. तो कहने का मतलब है कि हम इसी कैटेगरी में अभी है. घनश्याम जी तो है, सब उन्होंने सब कुछ देखा हुआ है, वो तो अच्छी तरह से आपको एक्सप्लेन करेंगे. और एक हम कह सकते हैं, एक लीडरशिप, इस देश को एक अच्छी लीडरशिप मिली है और आज हम सही रास्ते पे. मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि हम 100% इसमें करेंगे, लेकिन जब का सबका सहयोग मिलेगा, सपोर्ट मिलेगा, तो निश्चित % जो हमारे सामने चैलेंजेस है, वो चैलेंजेस को हम ठाम लिया तो हम पार कर पाएंगे. और निश्चित तौर से एक जो हम सबकी पब्लिक की, हम सबकी अपेक्षा है, तरह तरह उपाय तो बहुत है, सॉल्यूशन, प्रत्येक चैलेंज को सॉल्यूशन तो है, खाली टाइम देना है, सोचना है, सबको साथ लेके चलना है और इस सॉल्यूशन को काफ़ी तरफ से अच्छे पूरा करना है. हो सकता है ऐसा हमने अभी 10-11 साल में देखा हुआ है और मुझे विश्वास है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो गाइडेंस है, प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सोचने का जो तरीका ढंग है, और घनश्याम जी जैसे हमें अच्छे लोग इस मंत्रालय में मिले हैं, इसके आधार पर हम निश्चित तौर से आगे बढ़ेंगे.
और भारत का
एक ही चीज मैं ऐड करूंगा कि probably everybody keeps on feeling that until we amend the act, the things will not progress. At least I have seen that even without amending the act, a lot of things can be achieved. The only thing is you need to find the alternate ways and means to do it, and you should have the will and the guts to do it. That's it.
You have in fact said this now several times in your remarks that if the problem is arising, we have to find a practical solution to it, right? Whether it is legislative, it is in the operations of the power system. And माननीय मंत्री जी आप जो बोल रहे थे, भारत का जो उदाहरण है, ये काफ़ी और देशों में भी इसका रेलेवेंस रहेगा. 2015 में जब सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स अनाउंस हुए थे, तब भारत में पूरे दुनिया में मैक्सिमम नंबर लोग थे जिनके पास कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं था. तो ये तो हमारे बचपन की भी कहानी है, ये तो पिछले 10 साल की कहानी है. सौभाग्य स्कीम में जो कितने 13 करोड़ लोगों को जो कनेक्शंस मिले हैं, मैंने उस सिंपल अरिथमेटिक किया, वो 18 महीना मतलब कि हर घंटे 11,000 लोगों को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन मिल रहा था, हर घंटे 24/7. अब जो पूरे दुनिया में जो 70 करोड़ लोगों के पास कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है, अगर 2030 तक SDGs अचीव करना है पूरे दुनिया को, तो हर घंटे बाकी देशों में 11,500 लोगों को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देना पड़ेगा. तो ये जो एनर्जी एक्सेस हुआ, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन हुई, ग्रिड स्टेबिलिटी के का डेवलपमेंट हुआ, पावर मार्केट्स डिज़ाइन का जो हुआ, स्टोरेज का हुआ, ये सब साइमल्टेनियसली, ये जो रथ के घोड़े हैं वो एक साथ उनको भागना पड़ेगा. And this example of India is relevant not just for our own learning and constantly revising, upgrading, जो Mr. Prasad कह रहे हैं, लेकिन this is the lesson that we have to also take to the world. Our attempts, our failures, our successes, our learnings. So आप दोनों ने टाइम दिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. और CW की तरफ से our research and our team will always be ready to support you in your vision and mission. Thank you.
We are really grateful to our distinguished dignitaries for their views. And as Dr. Ghosh mentioned, that they have shared the views that will go forward with us to the lunchtime, and they are the food for thought for us. So we invite you all for the lunch outside the hall area. Enjoy the meal, and thank you. lunch. So now we will start with our next panel discussion. To take the discussion step ahead, we will dive into one of the most important aspects for the success of any innovation, a flourishing market and active investments. For our next panel discussion on redesigning markets, unlocking investments in clean energy, I now invite on stage our moderator for the session, Mr. Karthik Ganeshan, Fellow and Director, Strategic Partnerships at CEEW. And I also welcome the panelists on the stage, Mr. Chintan Shah, Group President for Strategic Business Development, Renew, Shri Sameer Chandra Saxena, Director, Market Operation, Grid Controller of India, Limited, Ms. Anne Jose, Fellow, Prayas Energy Group, Mr. Amit Kapoor, Joint Managing Partner, JSA Advocates and NAM Solicitors, Dr. Shaurya Kaushal, Co-Founder, Pranos Fusion. So before we begin with the session, as we are now accustomed to the questions on the screen, we will again have that round. So we'd like to pose a few questions to the audience. Can we have the scanner on the screen, and you can continue scanning and answering them. Over to you, Karthik.
Should we wait for the question to come up so that people can... Chintan was here. He's coming. Yeah, sure. Just give him a minute and also give people... Okay. People clearly a little hungover after some sugar, I guess, in their meals. No, not from the responses, just from the number of responses. The responses, we can still respect them for the independent views, right? So you've got, okay, most is energy storage. So clearly something that everybody is thinking about is energy storage being the main integration priority. Maybe Mr. Prasad might disagree, but he's not here right now. And we have reviving gas-based facilities. Okay, we have some colleagues from GE who've been telling us that we should be doing it. Sorry, Arun and co. I guess that's not happening. And there is, what's the last one again? Flexibilizing coal fleet. Okay, that's a bit of a disappointment that only 3 people or a very small share think that. But anyway, that's good. We can move to maybe the next question. So we have a sense of the mood in the audience. They want to talk about storage. We sort of guided towards, and what is the best way to increase RE offtake? Very glibly posed question, but let's see. Is okay, long-term contracts, RE developer there. Short and medium-term markets, merchant capacity. Great. So I guess everybody is moving towards sort of this flexible option of short and medium-term capacity, medium-term markets to basically help integrate more RE. So the audience already understands the issue that I think we want to discuss in today's session. But nevertheless, I think we have with us a stellar panel. I know some of you have actually stayed back to listen to some of the folks on this panel. So, but please do stay on for the next as well. We've got an equally exciting one after. But the good part is we don't have to worry too much about keeping you guys on your toes, because this group will certainly do that. So Amit, I promised you that we're going to start with you after Mr. Prasad's last remark that amendments in the RE Act, in the Electricity Act, aren't needed to enable any further integration. So maybe you want to expound on what do you feel, because we constantly keep coming back to, whether it's a RE specific act that's required, whether it is, a sea change in the way we are seeing the sector. So given, you've seen pretty much the 22 years of evolution since the Electricity Act, what do you think is it that India should prioritize next? Because previous bills and drafts have just been there, and then they've kind of been recirculated after a few years with probably not too much change. Having been behind the scenes, what do you feel is that big regulatory change that could unlock the way we see the sector's growth, Amit?
So your question already has two elements to it. Legislative change and regulatory change.
Yes.
I prioritize regulatory over legislative.
Legislative, okay.
Because legislative change is going to give you a structure, a framework. It will not necessarily give you decision making, which is closer home in trying to drive solutions and answers. So if you want to look at the first animal or the elephant in the room, which has still not been pinned, and I still remember a CEW conference around 5 years back, I had pushed and said, why don't you please get a national model adopted for pricing the externality? We had announced in COP26 a carbon market, we are still making it. 3.5 years is long enough. So therefore, fundamentally, speed of movement. While on the one side in the morning we heard how quickly some of the changes were made in spite of legislation not coming through. And I must commend Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, both as a joint secretary and then in CA, has really shown courage. At times at the cost of nightmares to me, because he'd call late at night and say, listen, I have done this, now please handle it. And I was not doing it because I was a lawyer who was acting for the ministry, but as a friend, I had told him that you have a call on my time only for the reason that you are working straight for the common man, for the economy. So moving from there, you need to go back to creating a robust regulatory institution where best in class are brought from all across. Right now, all that you get, and unfortunately I'm beating an old drum, I've done a report in 2005, 2006 on this. We've been talking about it. Prayas has been involved in some of those discussions for a long time. You do not pick the best technocrats outside the public sector. You do not pick the economists and financial analysts outside. You do not pick administrators outside. No, there's a problem there. And if you ask me, unless we are willing to create a cadre and provide a 10 to 15-year career track to any professional working in related sectors at the age of 40, 45, going up to 65, we are failing ourselves. You are 2/3 of Europe. The demand for the energy and the changes on technology as well as energy solutions are huge. So I would pay a lot of attention in getting good quality regulators who are able to engage with the problem and find answers. These are not great gospel discovery efforts which have to be made. You have to just deal with the problem. Each state has a peculiar challenge. Right now, one of the things, and I was joking with Chintan about that, we were chatting about it before we came up. I think one thing which got the maximum number of votes was energy storage. So can I ask, just by a show of hand, how many of you believe it should be battery storage? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, let's say 12, 14 people. How many do you think it should be pump storage? You need to talk about it. I've just set a topic out. Because between the two, personally, knowing a little more about the sector, there is no question pump storage certainly must be where you are betting for the long term, for viability, and for a sensible solution, which is going to not just get you storage, but grid management and stability. As we go through, inherently introducing variability and challenges in grid stability. As you bring more and more solar, wind, hybrid, you need that. Now, why I say we need regulators of that nature is, give you one example, and I'll move off because there are so many of us, and I'm sure there are interesting thoughts I'd love to hear from others. Is, for example, we are trying very hard to promote renewable energy. We have moved from feed-in tariff to a stage where we are at least giving them open access to the grid without charging. We are giving them a waiver on cross-subsidy surcharge, digital surcharge. But unfortunately, the moment the CUF goes beyond 30%, we penalize them whole scale. Simple issue, you have asked for hybrid. Inherently, hybrid must have a CUF higher than 30. If you want hybrid and you're introducing efficiencies, could we not use a simple sliding scale? Up to 30% CUF, 100% waiver, 50 to 40, 50%, beyond 40 maybe 25, up to 40, 45, and then. Why would we lose the advantage? What is the incentive you set? That please keep it below 29.9 the moment CUF goes to 31, which is more efficient, cheaper, better for the system, they'll get penalized. I'm amazed that no regulator thinks of it. Why do we have a forum of regulators? Can't they find a solution? So therefore, I am saying that we need a regulatory institution which is vibrant, which is reaching out, understanding and finding solutions which are closer home. No point adopting a US model or a French or an American model or a European model. We have our own solutions, we have our own challenges. So therefore, I would pay far higher attention to robustness and engagement of the regulatory institution. That to me is very critical. And that is one of the reasons why we are facing a lot of problems in the sector today.
So, Amit, so what you've spoken about is the holy grail, where that just not just about the electricity sector, it probably extends to even the pollution control, PCBs, etc. So it feels like that's something that's ailing a lot of regulatory institutions, right? That same set of people not being given a track. Something a little more tractable in the medium term or in the short term that you think could be done.
This can be done overnight. This doesn't require too much. It just requires widening the net and picking the right people and giving them a career track. You have examples already there. You have Pramod Dev, who spent 15 years as a regulator. You have Mr. Vijay Talwar, who was sitting in DRC as the director tariffs, who went to become the chairman of Uttarakhand Regulatory Commission. Before that, he was UPRC. And then he came to the appellate tribunal. Now, these people knew the sector and they knew the policy as well as the dispute side. Before you started discussing a problem, they would be out with solutions. And that's what you need. That is not rocket science. We have many, many good professionals out there. We just need to get a system which is tuned to picking the right people and getting them in. So, and that's not rocket science, not going to take decades to do, but moving on.
Sure.
In terms of short-termism, another problem I'll place to you. We are talking about the grid today, right? Why is it that over the last 10 years, starting from 2015 till date, there are 11 regulations framed by CRC? All 11 govern the grid. If you have 11 instruments governing the grid, there are bound to be conflicts. They are bound to create confusion, and therefore they will give opportunities for people to game. When you went and replaced the 2010 grid code by a 23, could that exercise not have subsumed everything else? Because that grid code actually, IGC, subsumes within it safety, operations, and commercials. So therefore, there's a need for a deep thought on that. And every time you do such stuff like this, so that's another one. And I have raised this with CRC, I have raised it with the forum regulators 6 months back. That for God's sake, now that you have it on the table and every other dispute landing in the courts is about grid, is about mismatch between the generation capacity and evacuation, it's about allocation and squatting, can you please resolve it? Because you don't want to introduce those elements which are going to mar the whole system, which is going up very well. It is actually the lifeline today. You are now looking at GCCs and all the big data centers coming up. As these externalities kick in, you are kicking two, I told you the hybrid and these two stories. The disincentives are very high. For people to come in and invest in it.
Okay.
Why would you put that in? If these are the growth engines. So all I'm saying is that the regulatory institution, far beyond a court of law, has to engage with the grassroots reality, the ground reality, anticipate and grow. So I would focus a lot on that. Now, if you are talking about low-hanging fruits, I've given you one. That you have 11 regulations that deal with the grid. And if you have 11 regulations dealing with grid operations, you are bound to have conflicts and problems. And that, to my mind, unless resolved, we are not going to get anywhere. The big story on coal versus renewables is something we should bury and go away from and accept the fact that coal is not going out of Indian energy security realities and the base load for next 30 years. Let's try and work towards efficient coal, environmentally friendly coal, an approach which is going to give us the traction to build higher renewable contribution year on year, so that that then becomes a fallback. And you have a much better operational viability. But these are not legal issues. These are systemic issues, these are sectoral issues. So you need that robustness of thinking in the institution. So I'm back to regulation. Because day-to-day operation is managed by the regulator, not by the policymaker or the legislator.
Sure.
That, to my mind, is the most critical one.
Thank you, Amit. That I think really sets the stage for us to dive into more practical questions that I think some of our colleagues here are dealing with. Samir, I'll come to you. Thank you so much for your patience. I understand we've overshot your intended time here, and you're very important and required out there. As we speak, our office at CW had a 1.5-hour outage of power. So not because of you, but nevertheless, nevertheless. So, we are entering this territory. We're probably not yet there when it comes to.
Sure, he has no role in
No. That's the transformer outside, I think. So, as we move into regimes where there is higher RE and newer mechanisms to integrate RE, we are obviously trying to make it easier for RE to become part and parcel of the system that's been there. But that means that it necessarily makes your job as the dispatcher harder. So in that scheme, if you look at the financial instruments that are being brought in, obviously that's going to incentivize the physical delivery as well in some way, right? So how do you see these newer instruments, whether financial or even different products that are coming through the exchange? How do you see those impacting the way you are looking to respond, and do you feel you're adequately equipped? Because some of these are, these have inertia, right? In not a pun, but even other ways, right? So how do you ensure that you are adequately placed to speak to those?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me here. And the question is actually a little tricky because there are products that are being designed to cater to the requirements of the maybe discoms, the consumer side. They have to also be factored into this. Say, for example, initially what we got to understand was that RE is variable and we don't have any firmness, so we need firm RE. So we got a product saying that RE RTC product, round the clock product. But then gradually as the RE penetration has grown, we have come to realize that it is not firmness that is important, it is dispatchability that is becoming more important, in the sense that you should be able to schedule it, you should be able to draw the power when you need it. When you don't need it, you don't need it. Because if you have something which is firm, it is becoming an inflexibility. And going forward with the kind of variability and intermittency that we have, the kind of resources that we need, flexibility is the topmost attribute that is really required. Be it any kind of source, be it hybrid, be it any other source that we are clubbing with, say even with storage, or even if it is a thermal contract, we are looking at more flexibility. So the type of instruments that have evolved over a period of time, people have realized that if you say that you need RTC power, then probably this is not the right product. So experience says that, and from our perspective, we need what is dispatchable. We need to do the balancing, we need flexibility in contracts, we need to have the sources going up and down as per the requirement. There's another aspect that another product that was brought in, kind of bundling of maybe thermal with RE or other those kind of things. Probably they didn't take off much. They had their own economic side of it because the cost was going up. Why not procure direct RE? And apart from that, if you look at from a controllability point of view, it was thought that it would make RE more dispatchable. Whereas have we designed systems where maybe the thermal output and the RE output are somehow linked, and an automatic controller is there which takes care of that. Those kind of things have not yet been put in place. So in the absence of that, it is probably storage which is playing a better role and is able to respond to automated signals and able to balance better. So flexibility, I would again emphasize that it is flexibility which is more important in the and having resources which are dispatchable. You should get them when you need them, and contractual inflexibility should not prevent dispatchability of resources. So there are certain contractual inflexibilities also. Of course, I can't get into much details of that, but then that is another aspect which we have felt. Say, for instance, a gas station, it says that I can do this much only, otherwise I cannot run. Now it's an inflexible product for me. It's a binary switching that is required. So that makes our life a little more difficult and more challenging. So again, flexibility is the key. Whatever is flexible is going to survive in the future. That's what I foresee, and that's how I look at it.
I see you've spoken to one part of the question. I specifically wanted to understand, do you see, for instance, this financialization of the power sector, do you see that as
the
something that's
financial
going to
products.
impact the way you're operating? Yeah.
Right. So the financial products are required to take the markets to the next level. They are required not only from a future price trajectory or from those kind of aspects, but they're also required for hedging instruments as well. So they definitely have a role to play. In what way, what depth they can bring to the markets remains to be seen, because financial products may influence the physical delivery as well. It may so happen that the interplay between the two market segments can lead to some sort of situations where physical delivery is withheld, or maybe gaming and malpractices are there. So those aspects have to be guarded again, but then the world has gone that way, and why we shouldn't also go? We should also have some degree of financial products in the system, and definitely good oversight is required. And I think I agree with Amit here that regulatory oversight is very, very much important in this kind of, it's a very important role to play.
Thank you, Samir, for that. So, Anne, maybe I can move to you, since you vehemently agree with what Samir has just said, and I know you're coming up with new opinions as well. So, specifically, right? So, I think for a lot of people here, maybe this financial aspect of of these contracts is not very clear. So, maybe very quickly, sort of talking about what do you see the direction in which some of these financial products are maybe taking? I know we've just come up with some initial regulations. And how do you actually see, this interplay between the physical delivery and that happening and maybe risking the grid? If you could speak to that.
I have a very limited kind of point to make here, and I don't think many of the details are yet clear. So I can't speak to the specific contours, but I think one important aspect is, the markets that we're talking about today, especially the markets that are well developed, which is short term, about 70 to 80% of trades that happen there are by distribution companies. Now, by definition, these distribution companies are cost plus entities. They are regulated, which means that their participation in the market is already hedged. Because they are passing on those costs, the risks and the benefits to consumers who are not party to the market transaction, right? So in a way, their decisions are already hedged by tariffs, by what you and I pay. And the question there is, and the decision to participate in a market, whether physical or financial, is based on many considerations for a distribution company. Many of them are administrative, and others are regulatory. So they are not really participating as market entities, right? I think that's very critical and important to understand. The second aspect is all these distribution companies have a mandate for resource adequacy, which means that for the next 10 years, they need to ensure that they sign long-term contracts to meet 90% of their demand, which means the short-term market will always be a marginal market for the distribution companies. So if you're actually thinking about a market where there's derivatives, I think the first thing is to increase liquidity, get more participants who are participating in a power market because they want to benefit from the risks and the benefits that come from markets. And that is if we encourage more open access and captive consumers and other consumers to actually participate in the market, to innovate, to take those risks and benefit from it, to look at the different services that market can really provide. And there, many services are currently being provided at concessional rates by the distribution company. So that participation also is not the way it should be in the market. Those consumers are also participating in a very different way. So I think what is fundamentally required is ways and means in which we can get more and more consumers to participate in the market, increase liquidity. And frankly, I think distribution companies should not be the first participants in the financial derivative segment at all because of their unique position. And that is very critical because it also ensures that we protect smaller consumers who are actually not participating in these markets from adverse impacts, especially lack of supply, etc., if these risks are definitely there.
I got another one. And just to stay with you on this, right? So we've talked about increasing volumes in the market, right? We've also sort of spoken to the other side, which is that by default, it feels like we are all find comfort. And I think, there was some response that also said PPAs are still the way to go. Because in some sense that locks in the expectations of the consumer into the way, let's say, that decision is being made. So how do we, given where we are, and, given that the resource adequacy plan also in some sense is asking entities to go forward with the PPA concept to ensure that certain level of supply is there. How do you see this deepening happen in the, let's say, the short to medium term, 4 to 5 year time frame, right? How do we get this deepening of the market to happen?
I think honestly, we are very well placed right now. We may not have been in this position even 5 years ago because of certain major trends that have taken place in the sector. First important one is, the understanding that we have as the sector is that commercial and industrial consumers cross-subsidize domestic and agricultural. That is the fundamental principle by which we look at the distribution company business. And over the past 5 to 7 years, that has changed. Partly because of regulators. Actually, a lot of commercial and industrial consumers, even commercial consumers in some states, are paying within plus or minus 20% of the actual average cost of supply. And this is based on our analysis, which shows that the amount of cross-subsidy that is going from these consumers to domestic and agriculture is coming down. Point number 2, there is so much happening with agricultural solarization and also aligning agricultural demand with supply hours, so that the cost of supply itself, that it costs to supply to agricultural consumers, is going down. So the actual requirement of cross-subsidy for agricultural consumers is also coming down drastically in these years. The second aspect is, if you look at solar and other renewable technologies, the gestation periods are very low. The investment requirements are much lesser than, let's say, a 250 megawatt coal plant. Right? So for consumers, it is much easier to set up these systems. It's much faster. It can happen within 1 or 2 years. So, responding to demand changes, etc., is much faster, and then investment can happen through the market itself. And third is, even currently, some of the other panelists have also mentioned, though we need strengthening of regulatory systems, that's something that we've been trying to do for years and years. The fact of the matter is that many important things are being stuck in litigation. Regulatory oversight and the challenges with it also restricts consumers as well as distribution companies. I mean, in so many states, DISCOMs have petitioned for better time of day tariffs. Regulators have postponed it. I mean, this is a very important change for the sector, for consumers and for DISCOMs alike. It looks at cost-reflective tariffs.
Speaks to the point that Amit was saying, right? Yeah. That regulator doesn't have the vision to basically.
No, but this is a reality of the sector. I'm sure we can try and overhaul it, but currently it's not happening. There are critical decisions, which take 5 years being stuck in APTEL, and then suddenly, consumers are, told they have to pay, 1.5 rupees extra in their tariffs. And that's a tariff shock for a decision that was taken, or a court order that came 5-7 years ago, along with interest costs and carrying costs. So I think this kind of uncertainty also means that for a lot of consumers, it's important to sort of unshackle from regulators. It's important to move away from regulation, and I think the sector is ready because investments are much easier, where we can try and deregulate the sector, at least for high-tension consumers. The network is also pretty mature. So can we think about a system, maybe 5 years from now, where these consumers actually get all their power requirement from the market, right? So that the DISCOMs don't have the obligation to procure for these consumers. These consumers bear the risk and the reward of the market. That's something we can.
But will this necessarily pull more volumes into the market? I mean, how does some of this...
I think you should have a vote on that. I think clearly DISCOM seems to be the one, entity that many larger consumers are dealing with on a regular basis. And, from whatever investors we have spoken to, they're happy with, moving away and going to the market because they're seeing a lot of these uncertainties also playing out. So.
Okay, so let's go to one such, Chintan, to you. I mean, I understand, of course, as a RE player, perhaps you take shelter in the fact that there is a tariff that you basically get at the end of the day that pays for the way your project was envisioned, and that's to do with the way you're financed, right? Those are all things that are embedded in this. So if I would ask you, as an RE player, and today we look at negative prices in Europe, at various times of day. That day may not be too far away in the Indian context because RE will become too cheap at certain points. So how do you see yourself, maybe as Renew, maybe as just as an independent voice, trying to sort of navigate this landscape where remunerating RE through the market, because we see that GDAM, for instance, may not have necessarily given the kind of volumes that we need for good reason. So if you were to actively become a participant, what do you think is needed to facilitate RE to come in a big way? Now that will go back, of course, the value chain to see how you finance RE as well. So do you see that as a possibility in the coming years to sort of bring more capacity to the grid?
Thank you. I think when Amit started off, we talked about PSP. And the standalone bids coming from various states like Maharashtra, UP, actually is trying to answer the same question: what will happen when you have negative pricing in the future? Because all these PSP projects would come up by 2020 and 30, and you will have a problem because structurally, solar hours are the same in India, and solar is getting installed on a vertical strip of India, 70° north to 80° north. That's where major solar are coming. Be it CTU, be it STU, be it Kusum, be it rooftop solar, whatever the case may be. And you will have this electricity coming up in the afternoon. It's bound to happen, structurally bound to happen. Like 178 gigawatt is already out for bids without storage. This electricity is bound to come. And this will essentially create a problem on two sides. One is obviously you have excess supply and lesser demand, and you might have over voltage. So to regulate both, I think PSP is a need. That's what is getting addressed by the government through a separate mechanism. But having said that, I'm also a former banker. So I'll tell you one thing: the most conservative player in the entire power sector is a banker. They don't take risk, and they put maximum money. Because 75% of the project is funded by a lender. So lender is always risk averse. So it's the lender's idea that you should have a fixed tariff regime for 25 years. I don't want to take any risk. I want a DSCR of 1.2. That's how this entire sector started off, through bidding and all, or a feed-in tariff. The problem with that is that you today have a fair amount of projects not getting PPS, and why it's happening. There are various reasons for. One of the reasons is that nobody knows what's going to happen 25 years down the line at a distribution level. There may be further distribution reforms, unbundling of distribution companies, and who will take up this liability of 25 years of PPA? That's a question. So some discoms are also saying, hey, can we have 10-year PPA? Banker is not happy with that. Banker says, no, I want a 25-year PPA. That's where the basic problem comes. Now what happens on the project side is, I bid for a project, get an LOI, get a connectivity, then I wait for a PPA to happen. So almost like for 18 months or something like that, after 15 months after the bid has happened, I don't roll out a project. That's a fact. So a lot of projects getting delayed because the PPA or the tariff is not getting adopted. That is the reality of the system because the regulation that we have, which also created a separate method, which is a bilateral PPA, which is a group captive or an open access PPA. But obviously the volumes that the distribution companies can give, bilaterals can't give. So that was mainstay still the distribution company or REA based bids. Now the third question comes is, what about merchant market? Lenders are not very comfortable with the merchant market because for two reasons. First of all, nobody knows the rates, what's going to be in the future. Second thing, you can't have long-term merchant contracts. You can't have more than 3 months contract, rather to be more precise, on an exchange today. So unless you create a supply side long-term, apart from deepening of the exchange, you also need to have a long-term supply. How can a long-term demand be created on an exchange? Interestingly, the renewables, most of the IPPs, they understand financial product quite well. And in case of a stock market, if you see, 95% of the trade happens on an exchange. 5% is bilateral. Here exactly ulta. Exactly reverse. So it's high time we should have to look at openness on the exchange side. You need to create products, long-term supply products. Electricity is one particular subject where demand is followed if the supply is there. You don't have supply today. If I want to enter into an exchange contract for a 10-year forwards, there's no product available. It's just not available. So why can't we make it be available? I mean to say I want to have a sell bid for next 5 years on an exchange. I can't offer today because it doesn't exist. So that's something that we need to kickstart. And how do it happen? Maybe one of the options, maybe REIs can set aside 5% of their capacity to be dumped on the exchange. So you create a supply side environment. Demand would follow, may follow, we don't know. But if the demand follows, then you will have stability of electricity prices on a long-term basis. which would mean that I don't wait for my PPA to happen. I roll out my project straight away because there is an exchange market available, and I can dump it on the exchange. I always go for a bid if I feel like it in the future. Otherwise, keep on continuing on an exchange. Okay, the exchange prices may vary. I might add a battery to it. I might add wind to it, whatever the case may be. So I will also react to the exchange market, the prices market, and I want to modify my generator for supplies. And obviously, you have to create a different, and it will roll out a host of other products like hedges, forwards, swaps, things like that. Happens in most of the exchanges. The same is needed here. I think we have a great run of 10 years of exchange by now. I think it's a second stage of reforms which are needed, where essentially you have long-term supply contracts coming up on exchange. You can start with 3 years or 5-year product, then roll out a 10-year product or something like that. And finally, you allow this new electricity generation to come on the exchange as a primary source and rely on a distribution company or a bilateral PPA on a secondary source. That's the ultimate aim we should be having it. And I think we have the right opportune time for that. We can do it here.
Thank you. And I'll come back. Did you want burning point to make?
No, I
Please.
just wanted to say that we often conflate market with exchange. What I meant with market was everything, like your bilateral contracts,
OTC,
your
yeah.
OTC, your markets, and even long duration contracts. Why are we having 2-month ahead, 3-month ahead contracts that are, close-sided? We can have open auctions. Why aren't we having double-sided auctions even on those markets? I think what is really needed, and I agree with you, we need standardization of some of those contracts as well, which hasn't happened yet.
Thank you. Shaurya, I mean, it feels a little awkward to kind of pull in you from, left of field or right of field, as you want to call it. But you may speak if nuclear fusion is flexible. Yeah, as Samir has said. But that said, let me set the context. So Shaurya here represents a nuclear fusion startup. The reason we have him here is not for exotic value. It's to really sort of speak to the question, is to speak to the question of whether there is a role for anything beyond what we consider, which is wind and solar, in this ecosystem of power. And you've heard from Samir that any resource that comes in ideally flexible, but I'm sure there's room for base load as well for the long duration to come. So from the perspective of why you got into nuclear fusion, and I'm sure you understand the various different options that exist, and that's why you've finally sort of settled on nuclear fusion as something that you want to bring to the table. How do you see the role of new technologies outside of solar and wind, right, coming on board to cater to our requirements? Because solar and wind fraught with land challenges, right? Community interactions are huge. Land footprint is huge. Resource footprint is huge. Presumably, you'll solve some of those issues. So maybe educate us a little bit on why fusion, and what do you think you sort of bring to the table that maybe financiers and investors should be interested in looking at your solution. Please, over to you.
Thank you. I think I'll begin with what is fusion, and let me just keep it very, we've all heard of nuclear energy. There are 2 types of nuclear energy, fission and fusion are the 2 types, and they're widely different. So if you think of a nuclear power plant, the first picture that comes to your mind is a fission reactor that uses uranium, is highly radioactive, but we've done it really well. I mean, when I say we as in humanity, has made really efficient fission power plants. Fusion is something that requires hydrogen and hydrogen isotopes. So that's something that happens on the sun. Fusion isn't very far from solar and wind, because the reason you have solar and wind is because of fusion on sun. So that's how deep the relationship is. I think solar and wind have done an amazing job in the kind of struggles that solar and wind were going through probably 20 years ago. Fusion is seeing those struggles now, and these could be policy related, technology related, how expensive the technology is. With respect to why fusion, I think the answer lies in the inherent energy abundance that there is. To put things into perspective, between fusion and fission, fusion is 10 times more energy dense than fission. 1 gram of fusion fuel could do 11 million tons of coal. That's the energy equivalence. Now, I mean, fusion is also not 20 years away. So for everybody in the room, fusion is close to 5 years away, and you could essentially Google after this and find out what's been going on in the world. In the last 5 years, there have been close to 40 companies globally, and these are privately funded companies that are going to make fusion a commercially viable piece of technology in the next 5 to 8 years. Federal projects have helped. They are the shoulders of these giants on which now private ventures exploring this. And to add to the point that you wanted me to expand on was the modularity and what does fusion bring in. What we are looking at is essentially 50 megawatts, something that can fit in the back of a truck, can do both off-grid and on-grid power, and can also work as a heat source. Now, heat sources other than just direct electricity is very important for cement, steel, those kind of manufacturing industries. So nuclear energy in general answers a lot of these questions. And over to a follow-up question.
Right. So, I mean, just to stick with the theme. So clearly the value proposition of a tech like this, I think the regulators should be abreast of so that, we are planning for what we might invest today, because this could upend the way the system is. But that said, Shaurya, we spoke, on the sidelines earlier, and the promise of other technologies, in similar timelines don't seem to have lived up, right? SMR is one of them, right? Again, the same modularity and all of it. Of course, India is kicking up a lot of, dirt, I guess, on that front. But how do you see fusion as being different in the way that, it is definitely sort of 5 years away and not so many, so that everybody else can take this option seriously and even plan for the way that grid will roll out? One of the reasons, you saw the NPCIL has put out a tender asking for private sector to bid, and that can have phenomenal implications for the way the industry relies on or does not on the grid. So what gives you that belief that 5 years away, is there a specific development that you think has happened, without getting too technical about it? Yeah.
Before I answer that question specifically, I think it's very clear to everyone here that the future is not one energy source. It has to be a good mix, and that mix is defined by reliability in special cases. Also, you need to set in context of where you are in the world. So India luckily has a lot of good solar and wind, which is great. And the kind of problems that solar and wind, renewable energy is trying to solve, nuclear energy has an inherent answer for it. Specifically, and I would say India is still beginning its shot on SMRs. So the initiative that's been taken now, there are essentially 2 channels through which this is going to happen. The first is Bharat Small Reactors, which is going to essentially it's an open plan for manufacturers in steel and cement so that they can make their own fission reactors, modular reactors of 200 megawatts electric to essentially cater to their own needs. And the second project is with NTPC. NPCIL and NTPC have a JV, essentially making the Ashwini reactors, which is also fission reactors, but that's around 700 megawatts electric. Again, these two are going to play, in my opinion, and of course we are not a fission company, but in my opinion, they will play as the blueprint for how modular, how easy it will be able for nuclear energy to be either on the grid or off the grid. Now, specifically for fusion, the reactors look much smaller. There's still questions on net gain, but it's also one piece of technology that the world is just about to reveal. And it's good time that India gets on that boat early and is not a follower anymore. We've had a rich history in nuclear power and nuclear energy. I think that needs to be addressed. In terms of policy specifically, there is no clear distinction between fusion and fission policy. That's something India can take pride in the coming years and have different policies for fusion and fission, which, let's say, countries like UK and US have already done. Which is quite important because they're very different pieces of technology. And I think it's almost about the time that before we delve into how these technologies could answer off-grid, on-grid questions, do we have the capability to make this in India? And I think that's really important.
Sure. Thank you, Shaurya, for that. I don't want to actually sort of go to another round of questions from me, because I think the previous round we couldn't enable questions from the audience. It's possible that some of those questions remained unanswered, but we have a phenomenal panel. I can probably even speak to some of the issues from the previous one. Maybe open it up to questions that folks had. Arun, I know you mentioned you had one, if you're still here. And I see this gentleman's hand up here. Anyone else who has a hand up, so I can come to you after and then we can collect questions? No one? There's only one. Yeah, I'll definitely come to you. Yeah. Please, why don't you introduce yourself and yeah.
Hi, I'm Deepak Gupta from Urban Climate Finance. So we've heard about the pain of dealing with discoms. We've talked about the lack of visibility of 25 years for discoms. So all of this directly or indirectly impacts in the big gap between installed capacity and actual power generation by clean energy, by renewable energy, because that's what matters at the end of the day, not the installed capacity. What is the solution? Because privatization of discoms, is that the solution? India is good at regulation. Look at the financial sector. We have an excellent regulator. The job of the state is to legislate and to regulate. When it comes down to operating companies or distribution companies, is it the best way to go forward? Why is nobody thinking of privatization of discoms? And when MNRE can line up a 500 gigawatt of bidding pipeline for renewable energy, when we can privatize Air India, why can't we privatize and regulate the distribution companies?
Okay, it's a very heavy topic here, but maybe Amit and Anne, I guess you guys have some concrete views on this. Maybe take a stab at it to try and see how far we can sort of go in answering why it's not that trivial and why it may not be desirable in some cases as well.
How much time do we have?
We'll give you 5 minutes if you can really convince us all, yeah?
This warrants a day.
Okay. Amit, please. Yeah.
Would you be surprised to know that the first privatization that took place in Orissa had an acronym DOA, Distribution Operation Agreement, which in medical terms is dead on arrival. The reason is that the state has always found it very difficult to let go. Until you let go, there is no question of privatization. Delhi. Privatization of distribution took place in 2002 at the back of an estimated 55% loss level. We used to buy 100 units. We would supply 45 on a metered connection and get paid for it. We would give annual subsidies of 3,600 odd crores. The privatization took place with Tata and Reliance coming in a 49-51 joint venture. Government of Delhi sits with 49% equity, shareholders, directors on the board. Would it surprise you to know that 1% loss reduction in Delhi is 100 crores of rupees? The losses have reduced from 55% today to 6%. They are, by and large, BSES and Tata Power have been rewarded not only in India but Asia as some of the best performing utilities. Yet, for an annual revenue requirement of 7,000, 8,000 crores, the regulatory asset now calculated by DRC on direction of Supreme Court is 28,000 crores. Please tell me, in 100 rupees that you earn in a month, in which you pay 80 to the generator, you keep 20, out of which 6 is yours as profit margin, 6%, 7%. How do you address something which is threefold of 100? Does that answer your question why it doesn't happen? The chai wala outside your house or your office comes with milk, sugar, some fuel, bought for 100 rupees, knows that he has to make 150 if he has to feed his kids. All of us work in a sector where we spend 100, earn 50 and still feel good about it. How do you expect privatization to take place? So therefore, we need to change our mindset. We have to change our approach to activity. I am giving you a concrete example where from 55% it's come to 6%. That means 49% into 100 is 4,900 crores saved every year. Yet there are losses. So somebody who's rewarded as the best performing utility, there are statutory advice given by the DRC to government, which was placed to the parliament in 2010 and 13, where the regulator said, yes, the tariff has been short, it's short by a rupee plus, and went ahead and continued with the same tariff. Will you like to invest?
No, that was a
I'm talking to
rhetorical
you only.
question.
You are the ones asking why you're not thinking of privatization. Invest. That's the point.
Right.
Therefore, we need to go back to the first principles that privatization will take place if we give a framework in which people who invest the money, in which 75% comes from banks, as Chintan said, 70 to 75%, can be paid for. Today you're living in a situation where if you default in payment of loans, in 6 months you can be taken to bankruptcy. In a year you lose your management. But the 28,000 odd crores that I mentioned to you, by the way, has been built up since 2004. 20 years. And they're facing a threat of termination of license. And they're surviving only because there's an injunction granted by Supreme Court. So therefore, we need to change the approach. All of us as consumers have to start paying our bills rather than the kundi. We have to accept that it costs, because ultimately what does constitute the cost? Employee cost. When the consumer price index and wholesale price index goes up by 6 and 8 and 10, when our respective take-homes go up, why would the distribution company's tariff not go up? They work in the same system. So therefore, there is one fundamental feature about willingness to pay. Second is, politicians, the parliament enacted the law. Mr. Vajpayee's government then, as the Prime Minister, had convened all the states to come together, talk about a national baseline for reform, where privatization as also the restructuring and regulation were a part of that agenda. This act came as a consequence of that. From then to now, when the Montague Singh Ahluwalia bailout package came, India used to incur losses, and we had an accumulated unpaid dues to CPSUs of 42,000 crores. Today, annualized losses that we incur is over 1.5 lakh crores. Now, how do you survive in that system? So therefore, we need to change that dramatically. What Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad talked in the morning, they are still working at it and finding solutions. So the LPSC rule that became a big bugbear for all IPPs, where money was owed by the distribution companies, came at the back of the fact that the states who are announcing subsidies not paying. In the whole value chain, the most bankrupt entity is the one who collects the money and gives it back. That's the DISCOM.
I think you made a very convincing
Structural
argument.
flaws.
Yeah. I think less than 5 minutes. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean,
you have the day or 5 minutes over?
No, you don't have the day. But I think Amit has answered a lot of the questions that, I think go through a lot of our minds as to why is privatization not that easy. Clearly, it hasn't worked. And I know early research from Prayas in many years ago also concluded very similar things with regard to Mumbai, for instance. The competition, for instance, that happens there. And you wanted to weigh in very briefly on the question that was posed.
Yeah. I got 5 minutes as well.
No, you won't get 5. Maybe less than that. Yeah, less than that.
But I actually wanted to complement a little bit of what you were saying and speak more to what can be expected for the future, because that was the second part of your question. I think clearly what is happening is, why we want privatization, or this sort of aura is there around privatization, is because consumers expect better services. You're treated as a customer. Customer service is much better, when it especially comes to urban private entities. There's this notion that there'll be increased investment, especially in the networks, and also looking at competitive tariffs. Tariffs might be competitive, supply quality is better, etc. My question is, whether private entities will be able to provide that or not is not even, part of the construct, or should not be the part of the construct in the future. The question is, do we really want a monopoly supplier who is a regulated entity which is provided 16% return on equity for their investments? I mean, that is really the question, right? Are all the costs that that entity incurs supposed to be passed through? How is that going to encourage competition with monopolies? Today we have reached a place in India because of all the network investments, because of market, because of developments in renewable energy, where consumers can finally exercise their choice. They can sign contracts with generators. We have open access under Section 42, which has matured over 20 years, or many implementation aspects have been addressed. So why are consumers not getting that choice of their own supplier? I think that is more critical. Can we move away from going from public monopolies to private monopolies to actually a situation where we are talking about consumers choosing their suppliers in the market, looking at services, looking at whether tariffs are competitive, looking at what generation they want. Many consumers want only green energy, 15-minute green energy. Are discoms suited to provide that? I'm not really sure. Many private discoms are still, procuring their capacity on medium-term markets because they have not signed their own long-term contracts. So if you require certain services, I think a larger market is much better poised to provide that than a private. Why one private entity? Why not lots of private entities? Why private? Why not national suppliers? I mean, wouldn't a national aggregator, which is not bound by state regulations, but by national regulations, be much more adept at sort of aggregating demand and providing different services to consumers? Why can't we think about having multiple supply licenses catering to different aspects? I think that opens a lot more, room for thinking about a sector in a different way, because the sector is not what it was in 2003 or 96 when privatization was thought of. We really don't, is network development, AT&C loss, for example, is that the most important challenge today? Maybe not. We're already talking about 15% AT&C losses at the national level. It's important in certain pockets.
Back up to 22, but yeah. But yeah, I get the point. Get the point. Yes. Yes.
I'll just supplement one point.
Yep.
And that is at the heart of it. That's why I said regulation is more important than all this. You have a situation where consumer choice is ingrained in the law. Non-discriminatory open access is the route. But do you know that normally power sector has a situation where the additional surcharge and cross-subsidy surcharge to get power from a choice of generator of yours can go up to 5 rupees a unit.
Yes.
If the charges on transmission, allocation of losses and open access is going to be 5 rupees and you're buying power from a solar or wind or a hydro at 2 rupees, you're paying 7 for what was meant for 2. What kind of market is that? So therefore, first principle of creating a market, therefore cutting the barriers out. On principles of the Constitution, Article 301, 307 should be there. This is not European Union with national boundaries. This is one grid, one country. United States doesn't have. We have one unified grid. We still are not able to create one market.
I guess the challenge there is the baggage of the investment and the service that the distribution company provides that we're not able to untangle from this need for the market, right, Amit? I mean, in the sense that the distribution company continues to do a lot of heavy lifting for consumers who come in and go off, and how do they get compensated? So a lot of these charges on the back of presumably, I'm doing all this, you're not seeing my value, and I'm just, imposing this cost on you. But any more questions? I didn't see any hands up earlier. Yes, introduce yourself, please, very briefly. And any other questions? Do we have anyone else? Okay, great. No one else. Okay, great.
Hi, I'm Ramnik from Habitat India. A question to Shaurya. Thanks, Shaurya, for bringing a different aspect to energy. Couple of questions. One is that where do you think the evolution level is in terms of nuclear fusion? Second is the bottlenecks, and third is how does policy keep up with this new technology if you were to look at the transition in the next 5 years?
I think he answered the first one, Ramnik, right? Which is, I think he said it's about 5 years away, technically. That's what he said, yeah. But maybe the second question more, if you can spend a little bit more time on the second one, but yeah, please, yeah.
Right, so answering the second part, I think we currently, if you check the Atomic Energy Act, and let's just contextually only talk about India because that's what's going to drive a lot of these things. There is, other than the definition of atomic energy, fusion doesn't appear on the Atomic Energy Act, which is good news because internationally, and India being a big part of ITER, puts us in a position where we can put fusion, because of the low risks that are associated, in a parallel framework just for the meantime so that we can save on time. And if you ask me what that parallel framework is, that is particle accelerators. So if you see cyclotrons, we have AERB has guidelines on, and this is just suggestive, on how you could move on this fast. And the kind of safety, environmental safety, radioactivity levels that you want to be taking care of is something that is the same as your MRI machines or X-rays or particle accelerators. So fusion machines need to be defined and categorized. I mean, this is just suggestive again there, but eventually having a separate policy helps. So I hope that answers.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping that short and crisp. I see one more hand up, but Samir, since we have you, obviously very difficult to get you otherwise here. I just wanted to ask, so one of the responses there was, also on flexibility that thermal power stations are showing. I mean, and it's become increasingly difficult to get more data out. I know we also didn't look at the regulation change that happened in IAGC, so we have a less hold of how power plants are actually doing today. We're trying to figure out ways around. From your view of how have thermal power plants over the course of even the last 4 or 5 years, how have they changed in the way that they're responding to the needs of renewable energy? And do you see that flexibilization is happening at the pace at which it ought to? Would sort of leave, I think, the audience also a little bit more clearer on the role for thermal power plants.
Yeah, so definitely the thermal power plants are responding to this because it is better to stay on bar and go turn to a lower level of operation rather than go in and go out because those have its associated challenges. But there are costs associated with low load level operations, and they must be fairly compensated. And I believe that this is a cost we must be willing to bear so as to integrate more and more renewable. And as of now, I have seen pilots happening both at NTPC and non-NTPC stations where they have gone down to 40%. They have gone, in terms of flexibility, that turn down level is not the only one. There are other criteria like higher ramp rates. Mm-hmm. So testing has also been done up to 3%, and CA has also given a roadmap as to more flexible operations are required. So all that people are responding because they are realizing that this is the new normal, basically. In fact, last year in August, it is a peak wind season, high monsoon, low demand, and we had 3 particular Sundays, country's entire thermal fleet was back down to technical minimum levels. Entire fleet. And the central sector stations were operating below technical minimum. And yet we had sustained high frequency for 4 to 5 hours. We've put out a report on the website detailed with all the data and all. But these things are going to happen more frequently, and unless we get flexibilization, it is going to be a big challenge because thermal is there to stay. It won't just vanish.
You're saying that the incentives for thermal power plants to do this, especially the state fleet, is in place?
State fleet is not in place. Of course, more needs to be done. But here I would like to commend Tamil Nadu, for example. Tamil Nadu, of its own volition, it has done 2 shifting of machines. That is the next level of flexibility. They have gone and shut down the machines twice a day. They have brought them on bar. I mean, of course, there have been implications in terms of higher startup costs, more maintenance, more O&M, but then these are things that need to be done. And the states, a high RE penetration doing this of its own volition is a great achievement, in fact.
And
points to the need. Yeah.
Got it. And you're privy to the compensation that states and plants get to this, or is that not something that the grid operators currently...
Be able to speak to it, but the cost of coming down to 40% or so has been worked out in a report published by CA. It's around 50 to 60 paisa per unit extra as to
and they're being paid that?
They would be paid.
Paid that, right, great. I was given the directions to actually bring this to a close, but before I close, maybe, Chintan, I know you got only 1 round of comments in. Any reflections on, after what, you heard from the other colleagues on whether it's on integration, whether it's on market principles that you want to close with? I actually want to give you the last word, really, to be honest, on this, yeah.
No, the one thing that, again, I would like to add over here is the sticky topic about distribution reforms. So normally what happens, you had, power sector is a cyclical thing. You have stages of 5 years of more supply, less demand, and it reverses again. Again, we are getting into a phase of high demand for a couple of years before the supplies can come in, because supplies, unfortunately, thermal will take a lot of time to come in. So you have an issue in terms of more demand coming up and all. I think this is again a right opportunity, and every time when the distribution reforms has happened, it always happened in a high demand, low supply scenario. Again, you're getting into the same thing. So maybe one thing that can be always tried out, pushed, which has been tried in Gujarat, is parallel licensing. Because when your new consumer loads coming in, I think there is nothing to let go about. You have to cut out new distribution, new consumer load. For example, you have industrial parks coming up, like Dhulera city, which is the new consumer load. We have a parallel license of Torrent over there along with PGVCL. And a consumer has a choice which distribution company would like to go for. I think that is something we now push it when you're creating new consumer loads, and essentially deal the other part of the existing consumer later, when the time is right politically. But this is definitely commercially doable.
Great, great. I think I will close with that. We don't have any questions further, but a round of applause for, I think, a very invigorating conversation, specifically to Amit for schooling us on the fundamentals and how things have worked and not worked. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your time here. Thank you.
A very sincere thanks to all our panelists, and thank you everyone for being participative audience. Now we will move ahead with panel 3, which is empowering consumers innovations to serve green electrons on demand. We would like to invite our moderator, Dhruvak Agarwal, Program Lead CEEW. And our panelists, Mr. Sujit Nair, CEO and co-founder, Foundation for an Interoperable Economy, Mr. Shailesh Telang, Head of APAC Energy Tag, Ms. Ritvika Bhattacharya, CEO, Swaniti Initiative, Dr. Prabjot Kaur, co-founder and CEO, Esmito Solutions, Mr. Akhil Agarwal, Director, ST Telemedia Global Data Centers. While our panelists are settling in, I would like to have the question on the screen. Yeah, the audience can engage themselves in answering the questions by scanning this QR code.
Thank you. So whenever we are ready to show the results for the poll, when we have enough responses. Okay, so the first question was, what could incentivize Indian consumers to buy more clean energy? And the options were a policy mandate, innovative business models, better availability of information on prices and demand, and just the discoms giving an option for consumers to buy clean energy. And it seems like information asymmetry is the biggest thing that we need to solve for. Which was? Better RE tariffs? Right. Oh, so again, I suppose to some extent that sort of subsumes under business models. Sorry? Open access costs, right. Okay, cool. So should we go on to the next question? What role should discoms play in supplying clean energy to retail consumers? Should they be a sole supplier of clean energy? Should they be competing with other suppliers? Should they only be a network manager, or should they also provide a trading platform of clean energy? They can be an active supplier as well. I'm sure that makes the whole journey easier for the consumers as well. Okay, so they should not be the sole supplier. They should be competing, but they should be also playing other roles of network manager and a trading platform. Okay, so fabulous. So that sets the tone. So what we're going to talk about in this panel is, since morning we've talked a lot about the policy and the markets, and we're going to come back a full circle to something that Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Prabhu in the morning said, that when you think of a grid and the market, what comes to mind is a big network and big plants, but that's really not the case in India anymore, right? Regardless of what the system chooses to do at this point, there's policy mandates, and consumers are by themselves adopting clean energy in various different ways. We have about 16 gigawatt of rooftop solar today, which is a fraction of the 637 gigawatt technical potential that CW estimated. So there's going to be a massive increase there as well. We're at 7% EV sales as of last year, and we have a target of 30% by 2030. So at least there's going to be a there's going to be a steep increase there as well, right? So consumers are not just passive receivers of the energy transition anymore. They're also shaping it in some ways, right? So you almost see within this dense administrative and regulated environment of electricity, consumers are sort of coming up with their own ways of creating some sort of market that's been and is in the process of getting reformed at the wholesale or the bulk level. But it seems about time that some portion of it or some shape and form sort of trickles down to the retail level as well. So that's what we're going to try and understand, where that innovation and that disruption is happening that could potentially then also inform all of the shaping that needs to be done upstream. So, Sujit, I'm going to start with you. You've been an insider to sort of this digitalization journey for India, starting with sort of your role in identity in Aadhaar, then bringing the open network thinking to mobility with Beacon Protocol in Kochi. Now you're with the unified energy interface, you're bringing that to the energy space as well. So, from where you're sitting, how do you see the electricity system looking radically different from the way we think of it today? And where do you see the early green shoots of that, with the people that you're working with? And where do you think we need to be to put them in a position to scale?
Thank you, Dhruv. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as with every other energy conference that I go to, I start with a confession saying that I probably am a newbie to energy. I see myself more as a generalist and more of a systems, sort of a thinker and infrastructure builder. So you have to pardon my ignorance in many things about energy, but it was a very, very enriching conversation in the previous panel. It does illuminate a lot of things. It's quite striking to say that when I have this conversation around, say, subsidies and financial inclusion and many other sectors where I've happened to had some conversations, the patterns, the underlying abstract pattern seems to be the same. Of course, there's a tension between regulatory overreach and a lack of regulatory capacity on certain parts. Of course, there's tension between, there's different forms of technology, different modes of power coming in and having this interplay, and there's all interconnection issues and all of that. So it's very, very interesting. So my foray into this effort with why UEI was because literally somebody reached out and said, can we use Beacon to do something in energy? In a million years, I wouldn't have thought about Beacon protocol, the open source protocol that we did would be useful for something like energy. But here are a bunch of new age startups. We saw some polls on business innovation models. We saw some new age startups coming and saying, on the EV charging side, can we get started? To say, this is a question that they told me, like, if I can go to any petrol station and fill petrol, if I can go to any ATM and withdraw cash, why is it that I have to download 70 different apps to buy energy from a charging station? If there are 70 charging point operators, I'm literally having to download and be in each and everybody's database to do that. Is that the digitization of EV that we need to create, or is it a digitization that should work actually like how you actually buy fuel or diesel from a petrol station? So clearly there was a need for interoperability because there is a digitization that is happening in full swing, which are not talking to each other in silos. And there's a consumer behavior and interest they're trying to create and trying to reduce range anxiety so that that 7% number doesn't look like 7% anymore. If you have to solve for all of that, they said we just need to make this born digital energy systems talk to each other. Yes, and that interoperability brought me to this perspective about, okay, so this is EV. Sounds like a very, very straightforward idea that I should be able to access any EV charging. But this brought us a larger question about why is energy systems fundamentally not interoperable? And I see from the conversation here, and I see two distinct, it's almost like tale of two cities. I see tale of two worlds. The previous conversation about what I call the big grid ecosystem. That's been there for 100 of years, one directional energy transmission, regulation to that and adding gigawatts of capacity, whether it's RE or otherwise. That's one world which has its own sort of characteristic to it. But what I am witness to is this edge grid world. Many things, there's a revolution happening behind the meter. There's literally electrification of demand that's happening. The demand itself is getting softwareized. My smart thermostats, smart ACs, all the controls are getting softwareized. There's data being sent into the cloud. I actually can get flexibility pattern at the click of a button. At the click of a consent, I can actually pull this data. I mean, it's almost like as if I'm using my phone, my smartphone, which also has a battery in it. So there is this rapid softwareization that's happening as part of electrification. And that brings us this question of a very dynamic ecosystem of an edge grid. And my sense is, and I've seen this pattern, whether it's how do we do direct benefit transfer with micro ATMs, with Aadhaar, or this, I always see this micro markets emerging, where it offers a fertile ground for innovation. What started with EV charging on UEI, little did we realize that the same infrastructure is being considered by the charging point operator to say, oh, this is not just about making myself discoverable and sell more to the end consumers, but can I also locate a net meter connected battery in the neighborhood under the same discom, happens to have green power, have its ability to prove digitally that it has green source. Can I get into a contract? Literally a micro transaction contract, not the big grid PPA contracts we are talking about, literally for 5 kilowatt hours. Can I get into a digital contract on the button and say that, hey, can I get green energy? Now, of course, the electrons flow through the grid, through the big grid, but it's just an accounting digitization that can really make micro transactions of energy possible. So I'm here trying to see what does that world look like 5, 10, 15 years from now when you have batteries, solarization happen, and when solarization can happen as simple as buying a white good, like buying a television, where I can on a single click can apply for subsidies, get a loan, get a permission digitally from a utility company to get my solar rooftop happen. And why can't a floor mill, which has solar and battery, when it's shutting down in the evening, make that capacity available for somebody else to use it? All micro. So there's a whole new edge grid world that is happening, which is quite fascinating. It's a very, very small number. It's like a trickle. Okay, probably the nails of a 400-pound gorilla we're talking about, but it's better than poking that digitization in the eye and making it happen at the edges, and that numbers are quite exciting. We are doing peer-to-peer energy trading conversations, demand flexibility, pretty much most of them edge grid behind the meter. Behind the meter where the consumer was a passive consumer who just wakes up at the end of the month to pay the bills. That's the only reason he exists in my database. And here's a consumer who's actively thinking about finding optimizations for range anxiety, green power, solarization, and being an active producer, active prosumer. I thought I'll probably light up that space of the edge grid here in this conversation, and that's where UEI is trying to sort of have this conversation and bring that as a way to think about, one way to think about the future of energy, at least in the consumer side of things. I don't know, Dhruv, if it answers your question.
Yeah, no, fabulous. So, I mean, to some extent, it seems like you're quite, addressing the problem at heart, the problem of information and where the energy is stored, which I can use at any point. So perhaps if you want to elaborate a little bit on, the EV charging use case and how Beacon is sort of enabling that, just in the interest of everyone being on the same page on what UEI exactly does.
Sure. So, so with every EV charger, technically the company which is building an EV charger has a software system that connects it to the cloud to observe what's happening, how much energy is being dispensed, who's buying it, all the things, and I can get the state of charge and everything if there's a battery attached to it and all that. So there is a cloud. So all the EV chargers are digitized. I mean, that's the premise, right? Now, if you are digitized, it is possible for you to share information if there is a common way of sharing information with each other or with the consumer side apps. Let's say you're on WhatsApp, or let's say you have a Mahindra EV with a dashboard. If they all speak the same technical specifications for discovery and ordering, which is what Beacon protocol does, which is pretty much what happens in ONDC, Namayatri with Beacon protocol. If you bring the same construct of simple standards, and energy sector understands standards much more than, let's say, retail and commerce. It's much easier to have that conversation here. But if you have that common standards, what it means is everybody speaking the same language. If everybody speaks the same language, it is easy for me, whether I'm searching for an EV charger from a WhatsApp or a dashboard of a car, I can find any EV charger of any provider, just by the fact that everybody is speaking the same language, which is Beacon protocol. Once that happens, I can discover the charger, its availability, state of charge, not just discover, but also say, hey, can I go ahead and purchase energy? Literally a digital contract get executed for whatever little. So we have an Uber Green driver from the Everest fleet locating any EV charger in the neighborhood with very little downtime. I don't want to be driving, 25 minutes to find a charger and wait 30 minutes charging. Is there a nearby charger in 3 minutes, 5 minutes? I can find that without asking whose charger it is. Do I have that app on my phone? It's from the app I can actually go, just have to plug in the charger, of course, but everything else is happening digitally. And that is how we are doing what is called as EV charging interoperability, which does about 14,000 transactions per day. I was told that the whole of market public charging does not more than 40,000 transactions a day. So we're a fairly good percentage, and that roughly amounts to about 65 megawatt hours of transactions every day. And we have about 20, 30 charging operators. There are technical companies which have built backend and aggregated them to bring them onto the network. And this has been scaling up quite well. And some of that is now leading to they able to buy green energy, green electrons, and offer green charging to end users. So you have even the grid, while the grid may be still brown, there's an opportunity to offer a green certified energy dispensing from chargers. So that's how the EV network has been expanding with this idea of UEI.
Thanks, Ajit. So staying on the theme of EVs, Dr. Gaur, you lead SMETO, and which is providing advanced battery swapping and battery management systems. So, and most of the EVs that got sold last year were 2 or 3 wheelers, right? It's a very small segment in terms of sort of unit, but massive in terms of sort of the market size. So 2 questions to you, if you want to just respond to where you see the value of interoperability as well when you're thinking about your solutions, but then also going beyond, one sort of the criticism for EVs is also that if 70% of the electricity in your grid is gray or brown, whichever color you want to put to it, how is it really going to make any difference? For people who are regular consumers, they keep walking up and asking me that question. So is there a way that you are thinking of, improving the value proposition on EVs?
Yeah, sure. Thanks first, and I'll answer your first question first on the interoperability and continuing from where Surjit had left. So interoperability for EVs and to that matter for anything that the consumers consume is important. The standardization and then the policy imbibed along with that is important to massify your products, and especially whenever there is a transition happening from say one form of technology to another, which in this case is ICE to EV. So in that case, the adoptions happen or massification happen only when there is standardization. Now for the standardization, where we stand today, 4-wheelers, we know that Western countries had adopted. All the standards were existing for 4-wheelers, and we had adopted all different standards on the connector side of it, which is for the charger to the battery part of it. That is CCS standard. Then we had GBT, CHAdeMO, Japanese standard. All those were there, and India directly adopted that, put it as ISO standard, IS standard, which is BIS certified standards. But when it comes to 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, there is no standardization that has happened across the world, across the countries where electrification has already happened. And that is because of the reason that 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers are not there in the countries like Sweden, Germany, US, where electrification has happened. Yes, China is a separate case, where they have kind of kept it all the way very open for the adoption, and they keep on doing their proprietary stuff that they do. Now, one part is the standardization that you need to do from the battery to the charger part of it. Another is from the charger to the cloud side of it, where you can manage everything like he was mentioning, and he introduced their own protocol, right? What we adopted was an international protocol for the backend, for the charging infrastructure, that is called the OCPP protocol, that is Open Charge Point Protocol. Universally, that we adopted for all the segments, that is 4-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 2-wheeler, largely because it was existing. So how we solved that for the swapping was that we introduced our own protocol for the swapping part of it. So swapping, when you say that how to exchange that energy when it is existing, and to answer your question also that how it is that it is clean, it cannot be. And earlier, I mean, it cannot, if the grid is not clean 100%, of course, the EVs totally cannot be green, yeah, that is anyways a direct part to say. But initially I was thinking that saying that the integration and merging the two and then feeding back to the grid is not very difficult as if we talk about technically. But I think after listening to the panels, the last panel, I see that even there are questions and problems, issues to be addressed at the back end as well, as the main grid also has the issues for the entire unification and interoperability and seeing that when to happen, what time, all those issues are still pending. And then we are adding to that an equation where we are talking about EVs need to be integrated to that, right? So, however, the question is that what should happen first? Probably we need not address that. We can't say that EVs should happen only when the grid has become clean, all clean. We can't also say that first 100% EVs should be coming in here and then we should talk about and think about that the charging infrastructure has to be clean now. So, however, if we are putting up the charging infrastructure today, then the charging infrastructure players should be knowing that these are the charging levels where after 2 years' time or 5 years' time, the government is going to mandate that feeding back to the grid or V2G kind of a technology is going to be mandated so that the chargers do not become obsolete at that point in time. So we are spending a lot of money in terms of subsidies, in terms of direct investments of the private ventures that is going into the market, where that becomes very, very important and crucial that at this point in time, because still we are just in the nascency, 7% is not a great number, we have miles to go, right? So if we talk about that, then at this point in time, it's the right time that we define and we give the guidelines to the charging infrastructure players, what has to be imbibed into the technology, into their products, so that it is future ready. Now, coming to the two-wheelers, three-wheelers that you touched upon, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, I think it would be a very chaotic part of it to say that they have to feed back to the grid. Very small systems now, which is like why we have 80%, 85% of our vehicle mix as the two-wheeler or three-wheeler. The prime reason is affordability, right? Now, if we add on to that the charging element, which is integrated as V2G, where it is synchronized fully, and it has to take care of the phase synchronization, the load balancing, etc. That is going to take at least 3 times the cost it costs now in a charger, right? If the charger right now is 3,000, it will cost you about 12,000 to 15,000 rupees if you have to inbuild that technology into that. So 2 aspects of it if we talk about this part, right? One is technology, but equally important, or I would say more important for us in India, is the economic part of it, the viability part of it. Technologically, if you ask me, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. I mean, if it is happening at the grid level, it can happen at the lower power levels also. We had, I mean, before working on the EVs, I was working on the off-grid systems. We had done solar systems, rooftop systems deployed all over some 70,000, 80,000 homes, off-grid homes, in very tough terrains. And then we designed microgrids and feedback to the grid also of a tune of about one single microgrid, 2 megawatt to 5 megawatt, one system, integrated with all different combinations of grids, renewables, etc. There, we had already designed this feedback to the grid part of it. So technologically, yes, that is possible, right? People are doing it here, people are doing it outside, but when it comes to economic viability, whether this is possible, I see for the lower system, no, it is not really advisable. Larger system, yes, it is. Second part of it is that, is it energy efficient? I believe that it is not really energy efficient. Right? Why? Because you see that ultimately vehicles do have batteries. Vehicles, EVs as such are more energy efficient as compared to ICE, right? Because of the nature of the motors and the direct transmission that we have there as compared to the ICE vehicles that we have. But if you talk about that, is it going to be energy efficient to feed back to the grid? The battery have a limited life cycle, right? Every time you take a discharge and feed it to the grid, it loses its cycle. So to push people to feed back to the grid, you have to incentivize them. And they have to see that every cycle loss that they do for feeding back to the grid, they are equivalently
Being compensated
yeah,
for it.
compensated for that. So economic viability is what it comes to be, that people need to be happy about this, and they need to invest into longer life cycles of the battery rather than investing in, let's say right now, you pick up any vehicle, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, any four-wheeler also, that gives you at the cell level about 800 to 1000 cycles. Right? Now, feeding it to the grid, the life it would reduce it to half very rapidly.
And it's in a
right?
situation where battery is the biggest cost for your
For your vehicle, right? Almost 40% to about 70%, depending on the type of the vehicle, is the cost of the battery in the entire vehicle. Right? So that bearing that much of a cost is economically would not be viable unless you then promote them to buy longer cycles of life of a battery, which would be even more costlier, and then feeding back to them so that they could be compensated.
So very interesting. So information is not that big of, or it's solvable. Clearly, the tech part of it will also take care of it, itself. But the being compensated for the services that you're providing is another part of it, right? Which I don't think we have right now, right? The DISCOM is just not able to procure the services from these multitude of consumers and then pay them for whatever services they're.
That's there. I mean, we know that what is the stage of our TOD metering at the national level, and then the V2G happening and the net metering, where we are in those lines.
Yeah. No, so you touched upon it being feasible and energy efficient for larger consumers, which is where I want to bring Mr. Agarwal in. So in the morning, I don't know if you were there, but we took a poll on what's going to be the biggest sort of driver of demand for India, and there was EVs there, and there were a couple of other options. Most people went for data centers, and that sort of just brings out the anxiety that's been around just globally, right? So we've got some numbers on how much capacity there is and how much there's likely to be, but I would hand it over to you to speak about just how many data centers should we expect to see in India, but then do they really pose the risk of us backtracking on our clean energy goals, and is there a way that they can actually help?
Thank you, Dhruva. First of all, I would like to thank CEEW for inviting me. Being one of the consumer, people may be surprised to see me over here, but data center is becoming a very integral part of the Indian economy, and moreover, it will become a great part of Indian GDP in the days to come. And everybody knows that data is the new oil. And having said that, presently, India is having very low IT capacity of almost 1250 megawatt as of December 2024. However, this IT capacity, if you will transfer in terms of the power load, it is around 2000 megawatt power. And in normal case, if the way it is growing of 25% CAGR, the IT capacity of the data centers in India would be around. Globally, people are eyeing India as one of the gateway for artificial intelligence. Then this 4000 megawatt could be near about 8000 megawatt IT capacity. And if we'll translate 8000 megawatt IT capacity into the power terms, the power requirement would be somewhere in the tune of 14 gigawatt. So 14 gigawatt opportunity is emerging from the data center power requirement by 2030. And if you will translate this into the renewable energy, it is more than 50 gigawatt renewable energy. And you know that data center is being driven by the cloud players. And three giant cloud players, be it Microsoft, Amazon, and Google, they all are having their own sustainability targets, and they are already meeting 100% of their power from the renewable energy. And they are having further targets of have negative carbon in their further targets by 2030. It means that whatever carbon they have burned in the previous year, they are going to negate by adding more renewable energy in the days to come. Presently, Microsoft alone is having 20 gigawatt equivalent REPP in place. Amazon already having 28 gigawatt equivalent REPP in place. Now I will come to my company. I belong to Singapore Technology Telemedia, ST Telemedia Global Data Centers. We are India's largest data center company, and we are a joint venture of Temasek Holdings with Tata Communications in India. And presently we are having 28 operating data center in 11 states, and we are consuming almost 500 megawatt power. And our plan is to have almost 1700 megawatt of power consumption by 2030. So if you will see, our own capacity is going to more than 3 times in next 5 years. Similarly, my peers are also growing. So this battle is not going to end. And if data center is to be grow in India, then green theme is to be support that. Otherwise, this cloud player is not going to sustain in India if Discom will behave the way they are behaving. Recently, MSCDCL has came out with the new MYT petition where they came out very negative kind of banking and the TOD regime, which will percolate the present transferability of grid power to renewable energy from 80%, they're going to reduce to less than 50% because they're shifting the TOD hours timing. In the night hours when off-peak was there, they're saying that this is the peak hours. So even though there were 450 representation came from the consumer, generator and all the other NGOs, they have given the representation. Let us see what will be the outcome of the tariff order, which will come in the next 20 days.
Right.
But Chief Minister of Maharashtra recently, 2 months back only in Davos has announced that Mumbai is going to become the data center capital of Asia, not India. Already 49% of the data center market belongs to Mumbai. And he has announced in Davos that Mumbai is going to become the data center capital of Asia, and greening would be one of the theme. On the one side, he is vouching over there in the Davos. On the other side, their own MSCDCL is going to negate the greening.
Right. No, I think that reflects very real Discom challenges as well, because when you look at the size of the grid that a company like MSCDCL might be managing and the amount of renewable energy that's coming in, in the evening hours to night hours when you don't have as much renewable energy, it becomes really difficult for them to actually muster supply.
No.
Which I'm leading to the next question. So there was also in the poll we saw that Discom cannot be the only supplier of clean energy. So you've got about 500 megawatts of ramping up to 1200 or 1700 in the next few years. How are you looking to, is the Discom sort of or the grid is what you're dependent on for clean energy, or you're exploring other ways to clean your own supply?
So Dhruva, the thing is that when industry is growing, you need the sector expert on the backyard of your companies. So I will give you the example of data center industry. In very few data center industries, there are power sector expert who is there on the consumer side to procure 500 megawatt of power, which is going to become the 2000 megawatt power. And managing a 2000 megawatt power on 17, 18 states, spreading to 50 data centers, not everybody's cup of tea, number one. Because power is a concurrent subject in India. And you have to teach the regulatory commission, you have to teach the Discom, what is the data center, why you require the dual feed power supply, why do you require the submission metering, why do you require the parallel operation of both the feeders. So there are so many technical jargons which you have to fight with the local Discom, local Transco and the regulator to get the clearance done. Having said that, when I joined this company 6 years back, we were only doing a single technology based RE procurement. It was built on the solar. Then slowly in last 3 years, we have started doing the wind solar hybrid based renewable energy procurement. And this year we are coming out with the RE procurement tender, which is RE-RTC concept, which is having the battery storage also. So going forward, all our RFPs, which is coming for the renewable energy procurement, will be built out of RE-RTC concept. So we are very much conscious that we cannot travel the grid in the evening hours. So we are also cautious. I will give you the example of how much our data center fraternity and the cloud player are literate and how they are supporting to the grid. In some of the European countries, battery which is being charged at the data center for the transition period of switchover of the power supply failure of the grid to DG set, for that purpose they keep the battery there. And when this battery remains charged, they are supporting to their grid by backfeeding during the peak time. So that kind of concept can come to in India also, in Mumbai also. I'm giving one example. Suppose Mumbai is a grid of 7,000 megawatt. Out of the 7,000 megawatt, there could be somewhere around load of 1,000 megawatt equivalent of the data center load. And every data center keep 30 minutes equivalent the battery backup. It means that 1,000 megawatt multiplied by 30 minutes, equivalent megawatt hour battery is always there to support the peak load requirement. So that kind of support can be given to MSCTCL or SLDC at the time of requirement of 5 minutes or 10 minutes. That's what I want to say.
Understood.
So how we use your consumer to support the economy, to support the technology, to support the need of the hours, that you have to teach to the consumer, and you have to have the friendship with the consumer rather than to say them in the hostile nature that they are my bread and butter, they will go away from the network, then how I will cross-subsidize to the political masters.
Yes, so even with big and small consumers, there's capacity to support the grid. But if the grid is the way to go, then Shailesh, I want to come to you. You know, you're part of Energy Tag and you're heading the Asia Pacific region there. So increasingly, it's important not just to be satisfied with consuming clean energy, but to get it certified, something that Sujit also touched on. So, how are you looking to do that? And then specifically for the Indian grid, what kind of challenges does that throw up? How are you actually certifying the electrons that any consumer is consuming?
Yeah. First of all, thanks for inviting me here. And I know this is like towards the end of the day, so yeah, low energy. My name is Shailesh Telank. I'm head of APAC at Energy Tag. Energy Tag is a not-for-profit organization based in UK. So answering your question, Energy Tag developed world first voluntary and global standard for tracking timestamp renewable energy. So what does that mean is the consumer can claim the renewable energy in specific hour or even at sub-hourly level. So we need a standard for that. Most of the REC system or energy attribute certificate system globally, they have some kind of standards backing it up. So in order to develop granular certificates or granular certificate schemes, it's like renewable energy certificate. You need a standard for that. So Energy Tag played that role and developed this standard, which can be used by anyone actually. It's open source to develop granular energy attribute certificates. Like think of Indian REC, Renewable Energy Certificate. Right now, it is not timestamp. The consumer do not know from where the energy came from and when the energy, what hour of the day energy generated. So they cannot match with their consumption in that time. So we play that role. So that's how Energy Tag standard play that role. Energy Tag also has a standard for corporate consumers to match energy at granular level. I meant taking the hourly or sub-hourly energy attributes and match with their consumption profile and make claims on the use of renewable energy.
So just trying to map that onto the Indian grid, would who would be required to put a timestamp on the REC? Is it the SLDC, and have you had that conversations on having a standard? We've got a REC sort of mechanism, sort of jury's out whether it's working well or not, but we can put a timestamp if we've got an REC mechanism in that place. Is that a conversation that you've had?
So currently Indian government is not thinking of it, as long as I'm not aware of it. Most of the governments, especially in APAC region, are not looking into it. But that's not the full stop, of course. There are, like, government of Australia came up with it recently. In last November, Australian Parliament passed Renewable Energy Guarantee of Origin scheme, which is replacing their existing energy attribute certificate system. And they will be bringing timestamp energy attribute certificates. But in India, no such discussions, at least I'm aware of. But there is definitely a need of this, especially looking into green hydrogen certification. We talked about green hydrogen, I guess, in the previous panel a lot. So any green hydrogen meant for export market, especially to the European Union, require the energy to be matched at hourly basis. That's basically European Union's framework for accepting or importing green hydrogen. As well as companies with 24/7 carbon-free energy targets, such as we mentioned about Google, Amazon, Microsoft, especially data center companies like we talked about. So they have taken those voluntary targets to match their consumption at every hour throughout the day. So they need this certification system to make credible claims. And one important aspect as well, which is carbon border assessment mechanism, CBAM, which is coming. Only 5 sectors are currently involved, cement, steel, and all that. So if anyone wants to export those such CBAM-covered products to the European Union, they have to meet certain requirements as well. So that's where the granularity elements are very important.
Yeah, so you're working on an open standard, and sounds like a conversation to be had with the likes of UEA on how you can actually sort of scientifically certify the electrons that you're consuming. But just in the interest of time, I also want to come back to a lot of high tech and a lot of sounds very a conversation to be had in a 5-star hotel. But I want to come back to Ritvika. 60% of the electricity consumers that we have in India are rural. So in your work or in your experience, are consumers even demanding clean energy? And across states, what's been your experience of how what consumers demand, and which state is sort of giving them a conducive environment to actually become the prosumers that we see on the horizon?
Thank you for that. And it's always great at like 4:30 to speak for 60% of India. Really represent those voices right now, in between now and Holy Weekend. So thank you for that. Nonetheless, I don't want to trivialize that in any way, shape, or form. Basically, I think we have to be practical about how the green electron, green energy conversation started. It was because green electricity became cheap, and from a political economy perspective, you have political leaders who want to make energy accessible and stable. So undoubtedly, it does cater to that ambition of being able to not just ensure that there are consumers who are most vulnerable, who are voters, and I would underline that because I think that is a key driver which we don't talk about enough, get access to continued electricity and get access to stable electricity. What's really fascinating is a lot of my travels take me to really kind of the back roads. And so you hear a lot of like, दीदी लगा तो दिया है ये solar panel, पहले कुछ दिन आया था बत्ती, अब बंद हो गया है. And it's fascinating, right? I remember in Madhya Pradesh, we went for several years back. And so there was a solar panel distribution program which we had, which was a wonderful success. And I italicize success because a lot of the panels were then also being used to store a lot of the harvest, right? The reality is we're on mission mode, which is fantastic. But to get to that 60%, we need to think about, are we really designing this in a way which is sustainable? So again, we're thinking a lot about installation, we're thinking about numbers, outstanding, but are we also thinking about maintenance? Right, one of the big things that we notice is government institutions. Swaniti is working a lot on solarizing government buildings across 7 states in India. And we notice like, this is happening. But once it gets installed, what happens after that? And I think the big question to be asked for that 60% demography is, we're going to do it. I don't doubt that India is going to accomplish its installation targets. But are we at the precipice of also truly creating the next energy transition? Or are we at the precipice of distributing a technology that promises to have impact? And there's a key distinction between the two. And I just don't know if we are paying attention to the former as much as we should.
Thanks, Dr. Kaur, you wanted to add to the maintenance point.
Yeah. So a very valid point that Ritvika has raised, that we install the systems and we forget about it, right? So a lot of my work initial days was focused on designing these systems. And this was actually initiated by the government. Back then I was at IIT working on different solar systems where they came for a visit and then explained their pain points, the same point that she is raising now. Sadly, this was the same situation that was there 10 years back as well. So a decade back when we started to work on it, the same question that we install the systems, we pay huge amounts to all the winners, bidders, tenders, and they install the system, and after 3-4 months, if somebody goes and checks there, the system is there, but it is not working. right? And then they don't know, sitting at the ministry or whosoever is sponsoring, so the MNRE or whosoever is sponsoring, they don't know whether the systems are working or not working, right? So there were two parts of it. One, the system were very, very inefficient. So those were not DC systems, large system. You install large panels, but what do you give them ultimately? Only a fan, a tube light, that's all, 2-3 bulbs and all that, and then we call them and declare this is electrified, which is kind of a joke if we talk about that we are sitting in this kind of an environment. And what do you think, that when you are providing electricity to a household in rural area, that's what you expect, that they should be having access to the electricity. So, and that too, for that you are putting up a 250 kilowatt to 500 kilowatt of a solar panel and giving them this much. So everything is going into losses. There's nothing that consumer is actually getting a benefit out of so much of the cost that government is incurring and sponsoring. So that was a very big pain point, and that was the first system that we designed, and that was compared to what they were spending that time was about 75 to 80,000 per household to install the entire system. We did that in 25,000 at production level, and that included a small DC TV, a fan, tube light, certain more phone chargers and other things, and the capability to do an add-on along with that. And that was done only with 100 watt of a solar panel. And the reason was that the system was all done DC on a 48 volt system. No conversion, therefore no losses, and good storage system that was replaced. And added on to that, what he had mentioned, that we added a cloud onto that. A chip inside, a GPS, and the information tracking, where sitting at the ministry, they could see that all 40,000 homes, how are they behaving, right? So for continuous 2 years of data was given to them, that the system was giving the data. And we could also see, so that time at IIT Madras, where we could see that Assam, the systems were down. And we figured out why, because there is flooding. No sun, systems are flooded, batteries are flooded, it is not coming, and that is how you send your maintenance engineers there. So if the system is monitorable, you can manage them. If the system is not monitorable, then you cannot do that. So the same systems that then we took it under the government scheme to Kargil, Ladakh. We went to Manipur, Assam, installed those systems. That system were adopted, the technology was licensed to a different number of companies, and then was appreciated by US also, and was given the Microgrid Greater Goods Award for the technology, and also won the IEEE Technology of the Year Award as well at that time. And a beautiful technology made for low income homes, but we actually do not talk about it. I really appreciate that she's working on that. And if interested, I could also associate you with people who would be manufacturing those systems right now.
It's also the problem that discoms are now sort of facing up with rooftop, and they need better visibility on generation and ownership. But again, that was the second part of the question. So across states, is there a difference you find in how subnational and local governments are just supporting consumers in getting this tech, and again creating the surrounding sort of ecosystem as well for them to adopt RTS or something like clean energy?
Yeah, I think certainly I would say that depending on the state, there's definitely, so first of all, not a surprising statement. It varies depending on the state you go to. But that's not a rocket science statement. I do think generally across the board, there is a strong mission mode objective on things like the Surya Ghar Yojana. Undoubtedly, it doesn't matter what state you could go to, you would hear the principal secretary down to the district magistrate going down and saying, we really need to do this. What again is essentially the capabilities of the state that really matter, including having the local capacities and the vendors to be able to come in and really install and kind of follow through with a lot of what they sign on agreements. So again, case in point is you have states like Jharkhand who are actually doing pretty decently on achieving targets. But then I'll come back to this point, and I hate to harp on it, maintenance. Like a lot of the RESCO vendors who come in don't come back for maintenance. So I don't think there's a dearth of willingness from states. I don't think there's a dearth of wanting to actively work to create systems and frameworks. I think there is a limitation by way of experiences that they have to foresee the kind of problems that they would come in. So who can really see whether maintenance is going to be a problem, who can really see how to now as a next phase also carefully dispatch of older solar panels. Those are things which are on the horizon, but we just haven't dealt with them at scale. So I think there is certainly a requirement of different states to provide that support of thinking what's next on the horizon, which we need to think about.
Yeah, my colleagues who work on energy transition and rooftop solar, they're going to, love to talk to you about both of these things on what do we do with solar waste, but then how do we also take care of maintenance. I've got another set of questions, but yes, in the interest of opening up to the audience, there's one from KG, but just so that CW doesn't hog the space we have, is there anyone else as well? There's one more. So can we start with KG perhaps, and then the gentleman in blue? Yeah, if you can just very quickly.
So the question is, we've heard this issue of maintenance, in urban areas. Surprise, it's also happening in rural areas. So what is the solution? It also feels like entities that are engaged in the business of generation or providing, that aren't interested also in being transparent about the performance of their systems. We are seeing, for instance, even for grid-connected utility scale ones, data is not that easily available, even at the, with the people who are monitoring the grid. So how do you fix this problem? Is it one of sort of embedding that accountability in the way the rural audience thinks about this energy service provider, right? Is it about cost? And, maybe then a question to the likes of Shailesh or Sujit, how do we then make this a value proposition? Because to me, the rural audience is probably more thrifty than the urban audiences. So when you talk about saving, 10 rupees or whatever over a certain period of time, they're more likely to say, what, I'm interested in saving it. So if that will mean that, I get monitored and, and that will compensate me if I do it. So it feels like the right place to start all of this is actually the rural side, given that, they may actually make sense for all of it. So where in the intersection of, technology and maybe, speaking with people, do you think we can start fixing this issue? So yeah,
you can start with briefly answer, and then we'll probably go to the next round of questions. Ritika, do you want to take a crack?
I really want to tell a story now. Okay, I'll keep it brief. It'll be like a 30-second story. So I was in Chhattisgarh. I think I was in Dantewada. Maybe it was Dantewada. Maybe it was one of the other ones. But basically, I was speaking to this lady. We were talking about organic fertilizers. And I talked to her about training. And I was like, Didi, aap training karne jate ho, kya hota hai? And in my mind, I'm thinking कि I was like, दीदी आपको इससे लाभ क्या होता है? आप 7 दिन का ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, आपको तो आपका मतलब खेती छोड़ के जाना पड़ता है. So then she said, फ़ायदा ये होता है कि अब जब मैं खाद बनाती हूँ, मैं खुद के लिए खाद बनाती हूँ. And I realized that the thrift, when we talk in an urban context, we're talking about transactions of I provide you a service and therefore I get employment, and this is what needs to happen. What I think there is merit of is as increasingly institutions get solarized, the accountability and the kind of responsibility, if we can have systems and if we can design opportunities for the community to actually take care of it themselves, as opposed to kind of looking at external stakeholders, and have, again, design in the process of how a lot of these central government schemes can be embedded from within communities. You have the opportunity to go ahead and have maintenance coming from communities as well. My gut says the intention of a program like a Solar Sakhi program was to actually hit on that and be able to have women who would be able to do more technical pieces of maintenance. The issue again, and Swaniti is doing some pieces of work, is to be able to analyze those programs, but they are kind of rudimentary and do not go into the capability to actually maintain these technologies. But if we're able to up our game and be able to provide more technical training, I genuinely think the answer lies in the communities themselves maintaining a lot of this, similar to the organic fertilizer story, which I will tell you with more theatrics later.
Sujit, do you want to take a crack? Yeah.
No, I wish I can talk to with the same gusto that Ritvika just mentioned, but there are very few set of principles, and I'm saying with this with humility and at the same time this extreme confidence that comes from having done population scale stories, not personally me, but having learned from people who have done it and being part of some of those stories a little bit. It's very simple. There are 2-3 fundamental principles in this play. If you want to do something at scale, and I think solarization is about scale, there's a mindset difference in how you build and plan for such adoption at scale. One is to say that, okay, let's just give solar, solar, solar and scale that idea. We'll have to the second order effects of saying, okay, what happens to a broken solar and maintenance? It doesn't work. You have to fundamentally think about every aspect of your solarization to this way of thinking what works at scale. When you start thinking about what works at scale and not scaling what works, you start addressing all these questions quite naturally. There is no way you can have subsidies go at scale that also takes care of maintenance, repair, and all of that. It's just not going to work. The way it has to happen is you use subsidies to induce a certain amount of flywheel of adoption, and then think about what works at scale. When you think about what works at scale, you first thing that you do is you cannot solve it yourself. Whether you're a government, you're a solar company, it doesn't work. You have to think about how do you distribute that ability to solve. And I really love that example of Solar Saki. That's exactly how. You don't have to look too far to find a way to green skill a workforce. Give them a verifiable credential that they know how to install, repair, or at least do a first level diagnostic of what's broken. And make that available. And technology can do this distribution of solving quite well. You just have to solve for that information asymmetry. You have to solve for information asymmetry, you have to solve for the trust asymmetry, and that's a better use of digital than any other form of digital. And that fundamentally, we believe that the cost of finding a skilled worker to do that installation, repair, and maintenance, the cost of finding somebody who can finance that skilled worker to do more or do the training, all of that needs are interconnected. There are intersections that are outside of the realm of energy as a societal need that needs to be brought in. The last part, we spoke about some of these elements of verification and observability. The last aspect of how we factor this into design at a population scale is about looking at one principle that we always follow. Adoption works at the speed of trust. Whatever it is, whether I get a skilled worker, do I get a reliable, trusted skilled worker who can actually know how to fix a job? Whether when I'm giving a subsidy, do I get adequate trust that that subsidy is actually getting to deploy that solar and getting it connected? All of that requires a way of thinking. Now, if everybody were to solve in silos, whether it's a solar manufacturer with a cloud-connected system doing it in silo, or utility trying to do in silo, or a government trying to do that, or a state government trying to do a top-up on top of this, if all of them happen in silo, it's just not going to happen. You've got to make sure that we get into this model that is not about what I trust, it's not just about we trust, it's about building an infrastructure that everybody trusts. And that requires everybody to come in and reduce the cost of that participation adoption being that low. So if I were to talk about, just for that moment in the short, if I were to talk about post-solar installation, lifecycle management, maintenance, etc., this is exactly what Open Network for Skilling Network is trying to do. We are trying to get skilled workers to actually talk to the final. The problem is the skilled workers don't know where the solar panel is broken. That's an information asymmetry problem. They don't have enough signals of that demand for them to know I can adequately get myself skilled, or my colleague in the self-help group gets skilled and actually work on it. If you solve for that information problem, if you solve for that through this way of distributing the ability to solve, you can find a way to create that. You don't need state capacity, state funding to create this support infrastructure. Sorry, bit of a vehement point, but minus the theater.
Just give one line on this, Karthik, since you mentioned in your question that they need sustainability and the performance or efficiency doesn't matter to them. Very well, it doesn't matter to them, but it matters to them when it comes to the cost. And it's a very, very beautiful example of what technology can do if you are responsible as technocrats to provide services and systems to people who we are talking about, right? And very beautiful, because how, just one line I'll tell you and it'll give you the answer. 40% of the efficiency of the systems that is currently being deployed even now, like what they are deploying the systems, that requires 3 panels to be installed for, say, let's say about 100 watt of a load. 100 watt of a load, same system, if we have 90% of an efficient system, it requires just 1 panel, right? Now, why I'm talking about 1 panel versus 3 panels, the cost of installation. The capital that you need to put in to energize one home. And not only the cost of the 1 panel that you have reduced by improving your efficiency in the system, it is also the cost of the system itself and also the cost of the backup. The backup that you will have to put in for powering that home for, during the night times, that is 3 times. Now you have reduced to 1/3. So you imagine the kind of the cost that you are reducing and the savings that you have, you can enable that home to maintain it for the lifetime, right? Because you have saved onto the capital expenses, the same cost, you can use it for your OPEX now.
Thank you. We're over time, but just at the cost of getting a little bit of scolding, can we not just take one more question? So we'll have to just talk over tea, I suppose. But thank you so much. I think I learned more than I actually expected to learn out of this session, but a lot of follow-up conversations to be had. Thank you so much, and we'll keep having this conversation. Thank you so much.
I extend a very sincere thanks to all our panelists, and thank you all for being such a wonderful audience today and being so participative with us. For the last vote of thanks, I would like to invite Prateek Agarwal, Program Lead CEEW, for, welcome Prateek.
Good evening, everyone. I think we started the day full of people and full of energies. I think both have gone down. And as we draw the national dialogue to a close, I stand here to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who sort of contributed to its success. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to our speakers and panelists. I think the thoughtful conversations, the discussions that have happened have illuminated the path towards a more cleaner and a sustainable future for India. We are particularly grateful to Shri Yasho Nayak ji, Honorable Minister for State, for his insightful address. Dr. Suresh Prabhu, he delivered a very special, he delivered a special address and setting a strong vision for the sector. Shri Ghanshyam Prasad ji, for taking on all the hard questions that the sector faces. Our moderators specifically, yes, for ensuring a productive exchange of ideas. Nonetheless, we also want to thank all the participants here whose active engagement and insightful questions led to an enriched discussion. And again, I think their presence and participation is a testament to a shared commitment to a clean energy future. Finally, we want to thank the team at Hotel Taj Mahal Mansingh for providing excellent hospitality and ensuring a comfortable experience. Lastly, a dedicated team at CW, the out team, the admin team, I think, whose meticulous planning and execution has made this event possible. Thank you so much, out and admin team, and Mega for running the show. Thank you everyone for your participation and support. Please join us for a high tea. Thank you.